Chapter 572. Now, it's back to its rightful owner. Seito gently placed Kimoto Koichi on the ground. He looked at Akashi Keiru and the other two and said, "I'm glad you cooperated with me this time. I hope we can work together again next time." After saying that, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the rooftop with Clarkson. Now, all that's left is psychokinesis, Seito thought to himself as he returned to the Rubik's Cube. Then, he threw Chris back into the prison and appeared in the desolate area in the northern part of the Rubik's Cube. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground, analyzing the core waves of his LV-7 teleportation ability. A few hours later, a cold wave appeared in his mind again and flowed through his brain like a gust of wind. It froze Seito's brain like real ice for a few minutes. Finally, it shrank into a green stream of light and merged with the tissue in the center of his right brain. Seito successfully upgraded his teleportation ability to LV-7. Phew! After all the changes were over, Matsura Ito exhaled a breath that was still a little cold. He opened his eyes and thought to himself, "Fortunately, this time it was just a brain modification. It made my brain more attuned to space and easier to feel the fluctuations of space and the active points of space. It was not like the spiritual perception that made my spiritual power go berserk. Otherwise, it would be painful for several days. And things are just as expected. After getting LV-7 instant transmission, the brain has been transformed, and the growth rate of my mental strength has increased a lot. It has reduced the time of entering Class A from 4 or 5 years to the current 3 or 4 years. Itsunari, who could feel the growth rate of his mental strength clearly again, thought to himself, "Now, I'll adapt to the changes in my body for a few days and meditate to control my mental strength. Then, I'll go out and deal with psychokinesis." Seito made up his mind. He closed his eyes and sank into deep meditation. He began to cultivate his mental strength. That felt so good. Akashi Keiru wiped the sweat off her forehead. She had been playing dodgeball with Higashida for the entire class. "Damn it, it's a draw again." Dong Yijiang panted slightly as he looked at Akashi Keiru. "Hee, I told you that you can't beat me." Akashi Kaori chuckled when she heard Higashida's words. "Humph, let's compete again next time," Dong Yi said, unconvinced. "Bring it on. Who's afraid of you?" Kaori Akashi didn't back down. "Humph." Dong Yijiang and Akashi Kaori stared at each other for a moment, then coldly snorted. She turned around and walked towards the sink. "Kue Zihue, I'm going to the sink." Seeing that Higashino was about to leave, Kaori Akashi shouted to Oki Nogami and Shai Sanmiya, who were standing on the side. Then, without waiting for the two of them to answer, she turned around and ran to the sink. Splash! Akashi Keiru walked over to the sink and turned on the tap. Clear water immediately gushed out from the tap and into her hand. He held it in his hands and sprinkled it on her face. But at this moment, a strange sound suddenly rang in Akashi Kaori's ears, attracting her attention. Then, a paper crane made of paper appeared in front of Akashi Keiru's eyes. It flapped its wings and circled above her head. Akashi Keiru looked around in confusion when she saw the paper crane. Seeing that she was the only one at the sink, she quietly used her telekinesis to grab the paper crane. But the moment the paper crane fell into her hands, it suddenly spread out. It transformed into a piece of white paper, and a line of black words appeared in front of her eyes. "If you want Kyochi to be safe, please come to XXX Shore alone at 10 a.m. on weekends, Seito." Bastard. After reading the words, Akashi Keiru clenched her fist in anger and clenched the piece of white paper in her hand. "If Kyochi is in any danger, I won't let you go," Akashi Keiru said in her heart. Then, Akashi Keiru used her telekinesis to throw the ball of paper into the trash bin next to the sink. She took off the white towel hanging around her neck and wiped her face and hands dry. Then, she pretended as if nothing had happened and returned to the classroom. But she was impulsive. Akashi Kaoru, who couldn't hide anything, was terrible at pretending. Soon, Miyazihue, who had been with her for a long time, found out something was wrong. Kaoru, what's wrong? Miyazihue looked at Akashi Kaoru and asked. No, nothing. Akashi Kaoru said with a dry smile. There's a problem. At this time, even Okinogami noticed Akashi Kaoru's abnormality. She looked at her with a gossipy expression. You better tell me the truth. Otherwise, I'll have to take action. Miyazihue said in a low voice as she reached out her hand that was covered in blue light. Aya, what's wrong? I was just thinking about Senli's chest. It seems a bit bigger than before. Akashi Kaoru laughed dryly and ran behind Hanai Senri, who was talking to Higashino. She stretched out her hands from under Hanai Senri's arms and grabbed Hanai Senri's chest. While kneading, she laughed like an uncle. Let go of me, Kaoru. Senli Hanai, who was suddenly attacked, immediately blushed and broke free from Akashi Kaoru's harassment. She hid behind Higashino and shouted. Where do you think you're going? Akashi Kaoru was like an uncle who had his interest piqued. She immediately chased after Senli Hanai. It's over. It's starting again. Okinogami slapped her forehead and said helplessly. After Akashi Kaoru's antics, Okinogami and Miyazihue immediately forgot about what had just happened. They didn't ask any more questions. Just like that, the rest of the school time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the morning of the second day, which was Saturday around 9 a.m. Damn it. I was supposed to go home and see my sister's photoshoot girlfriend, but I was interrupted by that Seito. If he can't give me a satisfactory answer when I see him, I'll teach him a lesson. Akashi Kaoru, who was wearing casual clothes and carrying a small backpack, activated her telekinesis and rushed towards the address on the slip of paper she received yesterday at high speed. She had a displeased expression on her face as she thought to herself. After more than half an hour, Akashi Kaoru finally arrived at the location on the note. But at this time, there was only grass and wind. Apart from herself, there was no one else here. You're really early. But in the next moment, a hand suddenly pressed down on Akashi Kaoru's shoulder. The voice was full of laughter. Akashi Kaoru felt her shoulder being pressed down and immediately used her telekinesis to jump away from the hand. She then turned around to look at the owner of the hand and the voice. I've already come as promised. Tell me what you want. Akashi Kaoru looked at Seito in front of her and asked seriously. It's very simple. You activate your psychokinesis, take me to the bottom of the river, and stay there until I say yes. Ito-sei didn't talk nonsense. He pointed to the river beside him and said with a smile. What do you want? Akashi Kaoru frowned and asked. According to the information from Huinamiya and the incident on the school's rooftop, Seito didn't do anything other than make them stand still and use their powers. If he wanted to collect their telekinesis data, there wasn't even any equipment around. How could he collect their information? But if he didn't want to collect their telekinesis data, Seito would kidnap, and even threaten them. He definitely wanted to get something important from them. But no matter how Akashi Kaoru, Miyamiya, Okinogami, and Himoto Koichi thought about it, they couldn't guess what Seito wanted from them. I remember I've already said it twice. I'm only interested in your powers. Seito shrugged and shrugged. Hearing this, Kaori Akashi immediately recalled what Ito-sei had said to Miyazihue on the school's rooftop. I'm only interested in the superpowers of the three of you. Okay, time is limited. Let's get started. Seito turned around and walked to the river. As long as you cooperate with me this time, I can guarantee that I won't do anything to Himoto Koichi in the future. Are you serious? Akashi Kaoru looked at Seito and asked. Really? Ito-sei turned his head and looked at Kaori Akashi behind him with a smile. I hope you keep your word. Akashi Kaoru said. Let's start. Seito stood by the river and looked at Akashi Kaoru. Akashi Kaoru didn't say anything after receiving the order. She directly used her telekinesis to form a circular shield that enveloped her and Sei Ito. She gently floated up from the ground and moved to the riverbed. She slowly sank into the water until she was completely submerged in the river. When you reach the bottom of the river, increase your power to the maximum. Maintain the current range. Seito looked at Akashi Kaoru and said, "Got it." Akashi Kaoru said. She controlled the shield to descend to the bottom of the river while slowly increasing the power of her telekinesis. When she reached the bottom of the river, she increased the power of her telekinesis to the maximum. Maintain the current state until I say it's done. Seito said. Then he released his mental power and started recording Akashi Kaoru's telekinesis. So long-winded. Akashi Kaoru pouted. Then, he sat cross-legged inside the protective shield with a bored expression. He took out his small backpack, opened it, and took out an adult magazine. He lowered his head and began to read it. After a while, he let out a very wretched uncle laugh, and from time to time, he muttered to himself, "These breasts are so big." Sei Ito, who was affected by Akashi Kaoru, glanced at the content of the magazine and asked with a smile, "Is it okay for someone your age to read this kind of magazine?" "TSK. What's wrong with that? I'm not one of those immature brats." Akashi Kaoru didn't even lift her head and said with disdain. Seito looked at Akashi Kaoru's body that was completely suitable for a 10-year-old girl's body. He speechlessly looked away and continued his replication. Chapter 573. Kaoru, let's stop. A few hours later, Seito finally spoke at 3 in the afternoon. "It's finally over." Akashi Kaoru immediately activated her psychokinesis and brought the two of them out of the water. When they returned to the riverbank, she removed the psychokinesis barrier and spoke with relief. "Thank you, Kaoru." Seito rubbed Akashi Kaoru's hair and smiled. "Bastard, don't touch my hair." Akashi Kaoru yelled angrily, and used her psychokinesis on Seito to push him to the center of the riverbank. "Really, if you're so rough, that man won't like it." The moment Akashi Kaoru removed her psychokinesis, Seito used his psychokinesis to maintain his body and smiled. "Eh? Is that so?" Akashi Kaoru paused for a moment and asked with curiosity. "Probably, but maybe Seito has masochistic tendencies and likes it when you treat him so roughly." Seito flew back to the riverbank and said irresponsibly. "Really?" Akashi Kaoru started to imagine uncertainly and then giggled. "Okay, where are you going? I'll take you there." Although Ito-sei didn't know what Kaori Akashi was thinking, judging from her wretched smile, it wasn't a good thing. He silently mourned for Kimoto Koichi in his heart, then opened his mouth to interrupt her fantasy. "Aya, it's over. It's been so long. Sister's photoshoot girlfriend must have left. I was looking forward to bathing with her and doing this and that to her." Akashi Kaoru snapped out of her fantasy and immediately said with annoyance. She then turned to look at Seito angrily and yelled, "It's all because of you. If it wasn't for that stupid note you left, I wouldn't have missed this happy moment." Seito looked at Akashi Kaoru speechlessly and sighed. Okay, I know. I'll accompany you to find a photoshoot idol." "Really?" Akashi Kaoru's eyes lit up and looked at Seito with sparkling eyes. "Really? But this isn't the place. Do you have any good recommendations?" Seito looked around and said, "Follow me." Akashi Kaoru tilted her head and thought for a moment before waving her hand and using psychokinesis. Seito didn't say anything and used teleport to follow closely behind Akashi Kaoru. Just like that, the two of them ran and flashed. They came to a large house that occupied a large area. "Is this your home?" Ito-sei looked at the two words written on the door plate and said, "Uh-huh." Akashi Kaoru responded casually and opened the door with a key. She walked in with Seito. "I'm back." Akashi Keiru opened the door and shouted. It seems like no one is home. Seito looked at the clean floor at the entrance and said. Then he took off his shoes and slowly walked into the living room. No one is home. Everything is okay. Akashi Keiru ran down the stairs and sat on the sofa. She looked at Seito standing in front of the sofa. Okay, wait for me here. Seito's figure flashed and disappeared from Akashi Keiru's sight. He returned to his home in the southern city of the Rubik's Cube world. Then he thought of something and summoned Shimaping Linghua, who was watching TV and doing nothing at home, in front of him. Shimaping Linghua's eyes had adjusted to the change in space. When she saw Seito, she immediately blushed and pretended to look around naturally. No need to look, Reina isn't here. Seito said. Oh, Shimaping Linghua responded in a low voice. Her heart skipped a beat as she looked at Seito, waiting for him to continue. I called you here because I want you to do me a favor, Seito said and told Shimaping Linghua about his promise to Shimaping Linghua. In the end, he said, Please. Is it really a child? Shimaping Linghua looked at Seito in disbelief. It's true, Seito said with certainty. Don't worry. No matter what, you are still Reina's friend. I won't push you out and let you be used by the unspoken rules. Moreover, if I really need something, it's not something that can be solved by the unspoken rules. Oh. Shimaping Linghua let out a sigh of relief and agreed. Okay then. Come, hold my hand. Seito reached out his hand. Shimaping Linghua's heart skipped a beat again. She reached out and held Seito's warm hand. Then, Shimaping Linghua felt her vision change again. She appeared in a luxuriously decorated room. Hey, this is my friend Shimaping Linghua. She's a portrait idol. How about it? She's not bad compared to your sister. Seito said to Kaori Akashi, who was sitting on the sofa and waiting in boredom. Wow. Kaori Akashi's eyes lit up when she saw Shimaping Linghua. She rushed to Shimaping Linghua in an exaggerated manner and sized her up like an uncle. Shimaping Linghua was wearing a white casual singlet with black and white English letters on the chest and a pair of denim shorts. Her long black hair was naturally draped over her shoulders. You're the best. Hi, I'm Shimaping Linghua. Shimaping Linghua, who was a little uncomfortable because of Kaori Akashi's uncle style, smiled stiffly and reached out her hand to introduce herself. So white, so tender, so soft. Kaori Akashi grabbed Shimaping Linghua's hand and muttered. Shimaping Linghua's mouth twitched when she heard Kaori Akashi's words. She turned her head and looked at Seito for help. Seito shrugged as if he couldn't do it either and threw her to Kaori Akashi. Sister Linghua, let's take a bath together. Kaori Akashi raised her head and looked at Shimaping Linghua expectantly. I just took a bath. Shimaping Linghua forced a smile on her face and said. Kaori Akashi was a little disappointed when she heard that. Then, she pulled Shimaping Linghua's hand and sat on the sofa. While chatting with Shimaping Linghua, she reached out and grabbed Shimaping Linghua's full breast. Oh haha, so soft, so big. Kaori Akashi laughed like an uncle as she grabbed Shimaping Linghua's breasts with both hands. Then, Kaori Akashi made all kinds of lewd actions like an uncle. She flirted with Shimaping Linghua in front of Seito, making Shimaping Linghua blush and unable to resist. Okay, Kaori, let go of Linghua. When the clock on the wall turned to 6, Seito spoke up and rescued Shimaping Linghua from Kaori Akashi's hands. Tisk! Kaori Akashi clicked her tongue unhappily, but she still obediently let go of Shimaping Linghua. Are you going out to eat with us, or what? Seito looked at Kaori Akashi and asked. No need. I'm going back to Tokumoto's place. Kaori Akashi got up from the sofa and said. Okay then. Seito nodded. He took Shimaping Linghua's hand and left with Kaori Akashi. Let's go our separate ways here. Remember what you promised me. Kaori Akashi looked at Seito with a serious expression. Don't worry, I won't forget. Seito said. Humph, Kaori Akashi snorted. She activated her telekinesis and ran towards Tokumoto's family at high speed. Thank you for today. Sei Ito looked at Shimaping Linghua beside him. It's nothing. I also like that little girl, except for her special hobby, Shimaping Linghua said with a smile. She then looked up at the night sky full of stars and said softly, Can you take me around this world? Of course. Sei Ito chuckled. He then activated instant transmission and brought Shimaping Linghua to the bustling streets of Tokyo in the absolutely pitiful world. He held her hand and slowly walked around. Shimaping Linghua did not resist Sei Ito's hand holding. Her heart was beating slightly, and her cheeks were slightly red. She quietly followed beside Sei Ito, enjoying this rare moment. Sei Ito first took Shimaping Linghua to a Chinese restaurant for dinner. Then, he took her to a movie theater and accompanied her to watch a movie in the absolutely pitiful world style. Then, he accompanied her to the night market for half a day. He bought some small accessories that Shimaping Linghua liked and gave them to her. Then, at around 11 o'clock at night, he brought Shimaping Linghua back to her home in the southern city of the Rubik's Cube world. You should rest early. I'm leaving. Sei Ito let go of Shimaping Linghua's hand and said, Okay. Shimaping Linghua whispered. Then, Sei Ito smiled and glanced at Shimaping Linghua in front of him. Then, he instantly disappeared in front of her. Shimaping Linghua looked at Sei Ito's original position with a sense of loss. She lowered her head and glanced at the hand that Sei Ito held. Then, she blushed slightly and muttered softly, What nonsense am I thinking? Then, she quickly ran to the bathroom. After a while, a noisy sound of water came from the bathroom that was emitting a dim yellow light. After leaving Shimaping Linghua's home, Sei Ito instantly appeared in the desolate area in the north. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground, analyzing the psychokinesis fluctuations that he copied from Akashi Keiru. A few hours later, a violent wave of energy suddenly appeared in Sei Ito's mind. It swept through his entire brain in an instant. That violent and fast power immediately exploded countless capillaries in Sei Ito's brain. Even his main arteries and part of his brain were destroyed. Rubik's Cube. Sei Ito first spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he weakly shouted. Unable to withstand the effects of the Rubik's Cube, he completely fainted. Fortunately, the Rubik's Cube had an automatic rescue program. Even without Sei Ito's shout, it would have immediately mobilized the power of the world to heal him. Therefore, the second after Sei Ito's brain was severely damaged, the power of the world instantly fell from the void and poured into Sei Ito's body through the top of his head. While maintaining the current state of Sei Ito's brain, it also forcefully repaired the shattered brain and removed the blood in his brain cavity. Bang, 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 banged, one after another, violent psychokinesis burst out of Sei Ito's body uncontrollably. It pressed down on Sei Ito's body, creating circular depressions on the ground below him. Chapter 574. P.S. Thanks to Nickfany and 157747860 for their tip. Ugh. After an unknown amount of time, Sei Ito, who had been unconscious on the ground, suddenly let out a low groan. Then, with a slight twitch of his fingers, Sei Ito slowly opened his eyes. Ugh! Before Sei Ito could move, an even more intense pain came from his brain, causing Sei Ito to unconsciously frown and let out a muffled groan. Then, Sei Ito endured the throbbing pain coming from his brain. He covered his forehead with one hand and supported himself on the ground with the other. Then, he turned over and sat up. Rubik's Cube, how long have I been unconscious? Sei Ito, who sat up, shook his head slightly and asked in a low voice. 158 hours, 33 minutes, 43 seconds. Rubik's Cube stated. Almost 7 days? Sei Ito muttered in a low voice. Then, he assumed a posture with his palms facing the sky, closed his eyes, and sensed the condition of his brain. This is. As soon as his psychic power scanned his brain, an extremely strange feeling immediately emerged in Ito's mind. Rubik's Cube, what happened while I was unconscious? Ito asked in his mind. When you were unconscious for 3 minutes and 52 seconds, due to the impact of psychokinesis, a similar ability to spiritual perception went berserk. When you were unconscious for 3 minutes and 54 seconds, the transformation energy in the special brain region of spiritual perception overreacted and collided with the psychokinesis impact, causing secondary damage to the brain. When you were unconscious for 8 minutes and 13 seconds, due to the psychokinesis impact and spiritual perception's brain region transformation energy, a second impact occurred. Teleportation brain region transformation energy was reactivated. When you were unconscious for 8 minutes and 17 seconds, the 3 types of transformation energy collided for the third time, causing a third damage to the brain. When you were unconscious for 58 hours, 38 minutes, and 17 seconds, the 3 types of transformation energy stopped fighting each other and entered a relative transformation period. When you were unconscious for 132 hours, 8 minutes, and 44 seconds, the transformation of your brain was completed and you entered a period of rapid growth of your spiritual perception. When you were unconscious for 156 hours, 19 minutes, and 8 seconds, the rapid growth of your spiritual perception ended and you entered a period of rapid growth. When you were unconscious for 156 hours, 26 minutes, and 11 seconds, all abnormal conditions treatment was completed. 1 minute and 3 seconds ago. Host's consciousness. Rubik's Cube's cube explained everything in detail. Is there any effect on me after my brain is modified? Itose asked again. After brain modification, a large amount of computing power has been liberated, and the host has obtained hyperspace perception. Mental stability has increased, and there are no negative sequelae. That's good. Itsunari breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Lu Sui Ito's, and carefully examined his spiritual perceptions. Ito's spiritual perception. Of my spiritual perception, Ito of Ito's growth, its rapid growth, with my current spiritual power and spiritual power growth rate, as long as I fully master them, I'm confident that I can break through to spiritual level A within 2 years. Ito didn't hesitate. He focused his mind and used a special breathing technique to quickly enter a state of meditation and awaken his innate spiritual perception. He began to sort out his spiritual perception, which he couldn't control yet. A few days passed silently as he sorted out his spiritual perception. I finally gathered all my spiritual perception. I don't have to make myself look like a compound eye bug like before. I have to take in a bunch of useless information all the time. Ito, who had completely gathered his spiritual perception, sighed and opened his eyes. I don't know where the plot is now. Let's go out and take a look. Ito then stood up and left the Rubik's Cube world. He returned to the absolute pitiful world that he hadn't seen for half a month. It's actually nighttime. Ito looked up at the dark night sky and the colorful street lights. In the 21st century, the number of espers is increasing. However, society is still dominated by ordinary people. We espers aren't even allowed to freely use this amazing ability. At this moment, Jing Jie from the Ministry of War appeared on an electronic advertisement screen outside a commercial building not far away. He was still dressed in a black student uniform. He spoke with a voice full of emotion. This is too strange. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen immediately switched to Jing Jie's flying mouse and a blonde girl who looked about 10 years old. The two of them exclaimed exaggeratedly. Excellent people are being dominated by ordinary people. Then a man wearing a short-sleeved shirt, glasses, and a figurine in his hand, who looked like an otaku no matter how you looked at him, said exaggeratedly. You who are in the same situation, please join Pandora immediately. At this moment, the screen switched back to Jingjie from the Ministry of War. Jingjie from the Ministry of War was illuminated by a beam of light. He had one hand on his waist and the other extended in an inviting gesture. A cheerful smile, a gentle and kind friend, and a blue beach. A thrilling and fulfilling life awaits you. Following that, the image changed again. Superhumans dressed in all sorts of attire, some of them were leisurely sunbathing on the beach, some of them were happily playing tennis, some of them were happily enjoying coffee, some of them were relaxing on bicycles shared by 3 people, and some of them were taking pictures of them climbing mountains as souvenirs. By the way, if you join now, Jiaru will also give you a special commemorative ribbon. Then the screen changed again. A commonly seen multi-pointed star symbolizing an explosion and a ribbon with the words P-A-N-D-R-A and Q written on it as a prize appeared on the screen. P-A-N-D-R-A is the wisest choice. I've decided. I'll go to P-A-N-D-R-A. At this moment, the screen turned black. A horizontal oval with the words P-A-N-D-R-A and Let's Join US. White English letters appeared on the screen. Strictly confidential. No membership fee required. At this moment, the screen returned to the Ministry of War's Jingjie, who was illuminated by the single light. He was seen handsomely flicking his hair behind his ear and looking at the screen. I'll be waiting for you to join. Then, as if the signal had been lost, the screen was filled with static. Then, it returned to the sports channel, which was broadcasting the baseball game between the Giants and the Hanshin Tigers. TSK, he beat me to it. I was planning to advertise for espers after I got level 7 psychokinesis, Seito, who had already walked to the big screen when the advertisement was playing, said unhappily. If that's the case, I'll get one too. Then, Seito had an idea. With a smirk, he activated his psychokinesis and flew into the sky. Using his electromagnetic control ability, he sensed the wantonly electrical signals in the night sky. He found the signal source that was used as a relay point and flew toward it at high speed. When he arrived at the top of the building where the signal source was located, Seito activated his electromagnetic control ability. He merged the image in his mind into the signal in the form of electrical waves and transmitted it to every household. Hello everyone in front of the TV. I'm sorry to interrupt your TV program. The next second, the big screen that had just jumped back to the sports channel flashed and Seito's figure appeared on it. With the help of P-A-N-D-R and A, I'd like to promote my organization, Eden. On the screen, Seito was sitting on a chair with his right leg crossed over his left and his fingers crossed on his right knee. He straightened his upper body and spoke with a smile on his face. With the advent of the 21st century, the number of espers in the world is constantly increasing. However, as the rulers of society, the general public is hostile and prejudiced against them, excluding them from society. Even a LV2 esper will encounter all kinds of problems in their daily lives. Seito's voice explained. There were scenes of people with superpowers being surrounded and attacked, people being discriminated against when making friends, people being chased out of the company for no reason when applying for a position, and children with superpowers being ostracized and isolated, unable to go to school, etc. Especially the anti-esper organization, Ordinary People. They're even more willing to use any means to eliminate us. At this moment, the scene changed. The fictitious Ordinary People members used guns to kill the low-energy espers, used bricks, incendiary bombs, and Molotov cocktails to destroy the houses of the espers, and the espers who were caught by the Ordinary People, being tortured and beaten up appeared on the screen. Do you want to get rid of them? Do you want to live freely under the sun and in society? Do you want to work, live, make friends, and go to school like normal people without being discriminated against? Then come to me. Then, the screen changed back to Seito. Seito opened his arms and spoke to the screen with a smile. Here, there are cheerful smiles, gentle friends, blue sea, beautiful beaches, and beautiful cities. With the change of Itosei's words, several fictional life scenes immediately appeared on the screen. Among them, there were scenes of a girl talking and laughing with her friends while going to school. There were scenes of women playing on the beach and men basking in the sun. There were office workers in formal clothes who walked into the company and greeted their colleagues warmly. There were children chasing each other and the urban scenery of the southern city of the Rubik's Cube world. If you want these, come to the Garden of Eden. The screen changed back to Seito. At this moment, Seito stood up from his chair with special effects applied on his face. He looked like a saint with a compassionate expression as he invited them. Everyone is here. Strictly confidential, no entrance fee, guarantee safety, and assist in the transfer. Then, the screen turned black and changed to a painting of the Garden of Eden. Contact information, please call 0000000000 between midnight and 1 o'clock every day. After saying that, the screen changed, and there was a second of static. Then, it switched back to the game on the sports channel. I didn't expect this guy to do this. In Pandora's secret base, Jing Jia of the Ministry of War raised his hand and turned off the TV with a remote control. This way, the effect of our advertisement will be greatly reduced, which will greatly hinder our plan. Behind Jing Jia of the Ministry of War, there was a man in a black suit. He was more than 8 meters tall and had a great figure. He had a fine beard on his face and looked about 30 years old. His long black hair was messy and twisted as if it had been burned. It's okay, the game is more fun with opponents. Jing Jia of the Ministry of War smiled. I know, the tall man said. Bastard, there was Jing Jia of the Ministry of War, and now there's Seito. You can't even lock onto one person's signal. What are you doing? In Babel's armed helicopter, the director grabbed the collar of the soldier next to him and shouted angrily. I'm sorry, the soldier said with a guilty conscience. Do you think an apology is enough? The director shouted as he shook the soldier's hand vigorously. Director, the audience is strongly protesting against Babel. At this time, the female secretary by Momong said. At this time, Seito, who had finished the advertisement, flew away from the signal transmission point and found a nearby cable tower. He used the electromagnetic control to find the telephone tower, took out the small black ball and connected it to the telephone tower. Then, Seito flew away again. He used the electromagnetic control to find a nearby mobile signal transmission tower and installed another small black ball transmitter there. Done, now I only need those who are willing to take the bait. Seito turned his hand and took out the third small black ball. He held it in his hand and looked down at the city below with a smile on his face. I just don't know who will be the first to call me tonight. Will it be one of Babel's espers or an ordinary esper who has been discriminated against by society? Seito put the small black ball on the ground, sat down with his legs crossed, and continued to cultivate his power of the will. In the blink of an eye, it was already midnight. At this time, the small black ball placed on the ground by Seito suddenly made a beep sound, and then a male voice came from it. Excuse me, are you from the Garden of Eden? The voice asked hesitantly. Seems like an ordinary esper. Seito smiled, then opened his eyes and said, Yes, this is the Garden of Eden. Are you here to join? Yes, I want to join the Garden of Eden. Do you have any requirements? The voice asked. There are no mandatory requirements, but we hope that the members who want to join can come with us to the Garden of Eden. Do you agree to this? Seito said. Yes, yes. The voice immediately said with surprise. Well then, please tell us your address. We will immediately send people to assist you in the transfer. Seito said. My address is Chiba District, XXXX, number 52. My name is Kohei Oshiro. Kohei Oshiro said. Okay, our helpers will arrive soon. Please pack your belongings as soon as possible or stay with the people you want to go with. Seito said. Okay, I will go prepare now. Kohei Oshiro said and immediately hung up the phone. Beep, as soon as Kohei Oshiro hung up the phone, another call came in. Chapter 575. It seems that there are a lot of espers who are discriminated against and ostracized. With just a little instigation, there are so many calls coming in. Just after midnight, Seito sighed softly as he cut off the phone call on time. It seems that the ecological city in the south needs to be expanded again, and in order to prevent future changes, it's time to implement another plan. Seito bent down to pick up the small black ball and put it in his pocket, then he jumped into the air and flew toward Okairo Hauping's house while thinking in his heart. After flying slowly for more than 10 minutes, Itose finally arrived at the door of Ojiro Kohei's house. Ding dong! Seito, who landed at the door, reached out and pressed the doorbell. Goo! Soon, with a soft sound, the door was opened from the inside, and then a young man who was about 1.7 meters tall, had a thin body, looked a little weak, had short brown hair, and was about 20 years old appeared at the door. Hello, are you Mr. Okairo Hauping? Seito asked. Yes, I am. Looking at Seito in front of him, Okairo Hauping vaguely guessed his identity, and said with some expectation. Hello, I am Seito, an assistant of the Garden of Eden organization, and I am here to assist you in the transfer. Seito said. Great, you are finally here. Okairo Hauping, who got confirmation, immediately shouted with excitement, and then quickly stepped aside and led Seito into the room. There is not much time, there are other people who need my help to transfer, so if you are ready, let's start the transfer now. Seito stopped Okairo Hauping, who was about to pour water and make tea for him, and said, Okay, I'll go get the things. Okairo Hauping quickly agreed, then quickly walked into the inner bedroom, and then pulled a large suitcase back to Seito. It's done. Okairo Hauping said with some excitement. All right, let's go. Seito reached out and grabbed Kohei Ohiro's shoulder. With a thought, he brought him into the southern ecological city of the Rubik's Cube world. This is the city that you will be living in from now on, Seito said to Ohiro Kohei, who was standing beside him. They are all espers? Oshiro Kohei looked at the crowd on the street and said excitedly. No, there are only ordinary people here, Seito denied. How could this be? Oshiro Kohei looked at Seito in disbelief and shouted, Didn't the advertisement say that everyone here is a superpower user? How could there be so many ordinary people? How was this the Garden of Eden? It was the same as before. You liar. The emotional Ojo Kohei caused his superpower to go out of control. A force of psychokinesis rushed out of Oshiro Kohei's body and rushed towards Seito in front of him. Calm down, Seito casually dispersed Oshiro Kohei's psychokinesis and shouted coldly. Liar! 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 At this time, Oshiro Kohei was completely immersed in his own emotions. He did not hear Seito's shout at all. He allowed the psychokinesis to rush out of his body and attack Seito. Seeing this, Seito frowned and directly released his own psychokinesis to break Oshiro Kohei's psychokinesis turbulence. Wrapped around Oshiro Kohei's head, he cleverly controlled the psychokinesis to release a slight vibration wave, knocking Oshiro Kohei unconscious. So weak, it seems that the plan of throwing him directly into the city circle and blending into the crowd has to be changed. Seito looked at Oshiro Kohei, who had fainted on the ground, and then changed his mind. Taking Oshiro Kohei, he appeared in the suburbs of the city circle. Let's build an Esper community, Seito thought. Then he put his hands in front of him and leaned over to the ground, using alchemy to transform a large area of wasteland in front of him. A large number of buildings slowly rose from the ground, and after a while, they completely stood on the ground, forming a new building complex. Then Seito straightened up. His hands quickly formed several hand seals in front of him and used would-release ninjutsu to transform the community. A few minutes later, when the greening was completed, Ito-sei spread out his spiritual power. In an instant, all the rooms in the building complex in front of him were covered in his perception. Then, with a thought, various household appliances and daily necessities appeared in the room. After that, Seito waved his hand, and a large bundle of wires suddenly appeared in the void. Seito used his mind to control the wires to climb into the building along the wire pipe specially left on the roof, like a spider web covering the entire building. The rest is the electrician's work. Seito waved his hand and threw Oshiro Kohei into one of the rooms in the newly built building. Then he went out of the Rubik's Cube world again and flew to the next address, continuing to transfer the espers who wanted to join the Garden of Eden. In this way, after a few hours, when a touch of dawn appeared in the sky, all the espers who agreed to go to the Garden of Eden City were all received by Seito into the Rubik's Cube world. Although in the process there were a few people who were emotional because of the discrepancy between the facts and the propaganda, but they were all people who could be forced to calm down. None of them were like Oshiro Kohei, who was so excited that his esper power went berserk, which saved Seito a lot of trouble. After a series of explanations and comforting, Seito's powerful performance as the leader of the Garden of Eden City, these people accepted the reality and didn't make any fuss about going back. Instead, they stayed in the newly built residential area that didn't have electricity for the time being. After everyone settled down, Seito's figure flashed and appeared in Valletta's bedroom. He took off his clothes and climbed onto Valletta's bed that was only covered with a thin layer of gauze. Valletta, who felt something was wrong, immediately woke up from her sleep. She grabbed the blanket tightly and jumped off the bed. She looked at the direction of the bed cautiously. Ah Cheng! Valletta immediately relaxed when she saw who it was and called out in surprise. Good alertness. It seems like the comfortable life didn't make you lose your basic vigilance, Seito said with a smile as he gestured for Valletta to come back. Valletta rolled her eyes at Seito and walked back to the bed slowly. She turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Seito pulled Valletta into his arms and laid down on the bed. He explained, "I just recruited a new group of espers and arranged them in the northeastern suburbs of the city. However, these people aren't stable yet, so I hope that you, as the city's security chief, can keep an eye on them." "I understand," Valletta replied. She then frowned and continued, "But it's a little troublesome to arrange these espers in the city. That's why I've decided to implement the National Martial Arts Plan." Under the blanket, Seito's hand slowly moved from Valletta's stomach to her chest. He said as he gently massaged her chest. "National Martial Arts Plan?" Valletta retracted her hand and placed it on Seito's back. She asked curiously. "Yes, I'm going to give away some basic martial arts and physical skills for free so that the citizens can choose to practice them. As for the more advanced part, I'll bring it to the city management meeting later," Itose explained. "In this way, all the people have the ability to fight, and they won't be estranged from the people with superpowers because of envy, jealousy, hatred, and other reasons, which will affect social stability. Even if something happens to the people with superpowers in the future, it won't cause too much trouble. This plan is not a problem in the long run, but in the short run, physical skills and martial arts won't be effective in the short run. I'm afraid that there will be some problems in the short run," Valletta said worriedly, "and how many people will be willing to practice them is also a problem." "I know." Seito sniffed Valletta's body and continued, "That's why I'm going to send a group of ninjas into the city after the plan is announced. They will perform in public to increase the enthusiasm of the citizens. At the same time, I'm going to use martial arts and physical skills as a bonus in the recruitment system. That's a good idea. Valletta thought for a while and nodded. So as long as you can suppress any possible problems, I believe that it won't be long before those espers won't be a problem anymore. Seito said as he bit Valletta's shoulder. Got it. Valletta narrowed her eyes and said lazily as she felt the cool sensation on her back. Let's go back to sleep, there's still some time before morning. Seito said softly as he got up and hugged Valletta tightly. Okay. Valletta said lazily as she closed her eyes to rest. After a few hours, the two of them woke up from their dreams. Then, the two of them did not cover their bodies. They got up from the bed naked and walked into the bathroom together. They took a rather fragrant bath together. After the bath, the two of them went back to the bedroom, put on their clothes, ate breakfast prepared by Valletta, and left the house together. They drove the car made in the Rubik's Cube world to the city building. Good morning, Seito-sama. Good morning, Chief Valletta. When they entered the city building and walked to the office, all the staff who bumped into Seito and Valletta greeted them respectfully. Ha! Valletta opened the office door and stood aside to let Seito in first. Then she walked into the office with her female secretary. Inform all the city management assistants to come to the city council meeting room in half an hour for a city management meeting. Itose, who was sitting in the main seat, looked up at the female secretary and ordered. Yes. The female secretary nodded and walked out of the office to inform all the city management assistants about the meeting. Chapter 576. P.S. Thanks to Desert Tramp Juan for the tip. Seito pressed the internal communication button and said, Oh yeah, inform Miley, who is currently working as a news reporter at the TV station, to come to the city hall. Miley? Miley Ashford? Valletta was confused when she heard Seito's order. Yes. Seito smiled and nodded. Before Valletta could ask anything, he explained, I took a look at your management style on the way here. I noticed that your management style is very similar to Britannia's military management style. Although this method can increase administrative efficiency, it's not very suitable for city management. After all, this isn't a military colony of Britannia. It's a city under our control. You're planning to. Valletta frowned and said hesitantly. That's right. I'm planning to arrange for Miley Ashford to enter the city hall to assist you in managing your affairs. Itose smiled and confirmed Valletta's guess. Then, he got up from his seat and walked to Valletta. He reached out his hand and gently stroked her cheek as he explained, Don't be fooled by Miley's usual careless and unreliable appearance. After all, she is a descendant of the Ashford family. She has been exposed to the most orthodox aristocratic education since she was young. When it comes to dealing with hidden matters and interests, she is much more tactful than you. Also, Miley is good at using people and motivating people. You should still remember how Ashford Academy was under her management, right? Seito smiled as he pulled back his hand. Valletta couldn't help but recall the time when she lost her memory. She recalled the time when she accompanied Seito to Ashford Academy. She nodded silently. But Miley likes to slack off and play around. So you have to supervise her from time to time. Don't overdo it. Miley knows what's important and what's not, Seito said. Okay. Valletta nodded. Seito didn't say anything else. He walked back to the main seat and turned on the quantum computer on the table. He connected to the internet and started playing. Dang, dang, dang. 20 minutes later, someone knocked on the door. Seito's attention was pulled back from the computer. Come in. Valletta shouted. Creak. After that, the door was immediately opened from the outside. Then the female secretary reappeared in front of Itose and said, Sir, Miss Mirai is here. Ask her to come in. Itose withdrew his hands from the keyboard, crossed his fingers in front of his body, put his elbows on the table, and looked at the female secretary and said. After receiving the order, the female secretary moved to the side. She was wearing a yellow blouse with light golden threads on the surface, a white blouse with hundredfold laces on both sides from the collar to the buttons, and a yellow professional short skirt. A pair of slender, white, and tender legs were directly exposed to the air. On her feet, she wore a pair of white strip-style short sandals that exposed her feet. Her slightly wavy blonde hair naturally draped over her shoulders, and a beautiful woman walked in. Bang! After Milei entered the room, the secretary tactfully closed the door and continued to work outside. Long time no see, President Milei. You're still as beautiful as ever. Seito put down his hands and praised her with a smile. Long time no see indeed. Sir Seito, Milei said politely. Milei said maturely and politely. At the same time, a sense of distance could be felt from her words. Do you have to be so distant? Seito sighed. May I know why you called me here? Milei was silent for a moment. She changed the topic. Milei, we were schoolmates. Don't be so distant, Seito said with a frown. He then explained why he called her here. I called you here because I have a job for you. Seito paused for a second and continued. I'm going to appoint you as the mayor of this city. Milei, who had been calm, was surprised when she heard Seito's words. She looked at Seito for confirmation. Don't doubt it, I do plan to do so, and I'm going to announce your appointment directly at the city management meeting. Itose said. I'm sorry. I can't do that, Milei said after a moment of silence. At this moment Valletta frowned. Why? Seito asked. Milei didn't answer. She was still silent. Millie Ashford, Valletta said in a low voice. Ashford? I haven't heard anyone call me that in a long time. Milei was stunned when she heard Valletta's voice. Seito got up from his seat and slowly walked to Milei. He looked at her and asked, Are you mad at me for bringing you here? No. I was the one who chose to come here. I won't blame anyone else for this. Milei shook her head and said softly. If that's the case, why didn't you accept this position? Seito asked. Because I don't think I have the ability to manage a city. I can't accept this position. Milei took a deep breath and answered. If that's the only reason, then it's not a problem. Seito smiled. You can learn if you don't know how to manage a city. After all, everyone has things they don't know. As long as you work hard, I believe you will be able to take on this position with your talent. Plus, you won't be working alone. You have other staff to help you. Even if something goes wrong, I will help you clean it up. So, you can take on this position without any worries. All right then. If you think I can do it, sir. Milei sighed. Milei. Itomori was about to say something, but a knock on the door immediately interrupted him on the spot. Come in. Valletta gestured. Sir Chief, it's time for the meeting. The secretary opened the door and said to Seito and Valletta. Okay. Seito said. He then looked at Milei and said, Let's go to the meeting first. After the meeting, I want to talk to you about Milei. Without waiting for Milei's reply, he walked out of the door. Then, under the guidance of the secretary, he walked to the city council meeting room. Behind him, Valletta walked to Milei's side and followed along with Milei. The four of them walked through the corridor and came to a large meeting room. Around the oval table, there were more than 30 people in the meeting room. The representatives of the large laboratory, Lloyd, Cecil, Lakshata, Erica, and Celine, Professor Asmo and Emma from the Plant Biological Laboratory, several laboratory leaders from other fields, representatives from other industries, Sakura Basei, and the actual managers of the space battleship Archangel, Marlowe and Bucky Lulu. Let's start the meeting. Under the guidance of the secretary, Itose walked to the only reserved seat and sat down. After Valletta, the secretary, and Mireille sat down, Itose announced. There are two main reasons for this meeting. The first is to announce the next step of the city's construction plan. The second is to talk about the situation of the various industries in the city. I want to hear your reports. Now, let's talk about the first one, the next step of the city's construction plan. Seito said. Then, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A laser optical screen instantly appeared in the center of the meeting room. Seito continued, but before we talk about the plan, I want to tell you one thing. Just this morning, I placed a group of espers in the southeastern suburbs of our city. The image on the screen now is the newly built residential area where the espers were placed. I call it the Esper residential area. In the coming days, more espers will be placed there. After Seito finished speaking, other than the 5 people in the lab, Amaru, Bakilialu, Asmo, Emma, Sakurase, and a few others who didn't move, the rest of the people started to whisper. Obviously, they were worried about the espers. Later, the electrical industry department remembered to send someone to connect the line. Ito-sei ignored their whispers and turned to look at the electrical industry minister and ordered. Okay. The person in charge nodded. Also, from now on, you will be responsible for the public opinion in the city. Don't let the citizens panic. Seito looked at a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Yes. The woman replied. As for public security, Seito, please pay more attention to it. Seito looked at Sakura-sei. I understand. Sakura-sei nodded. Now, Seito knocked on the table to attract the attention of the people who were still whispering. He continued, let me talk about the next step of the city's development plan, the National Martial Arts Plan. National Martial Arts Plan. Another commotion was heard in the conference room. Quiet. Valletta shouted. In an instant, all the participants immediately shut their mouths and stayed in place to listen to Ito-sei's words. The National Martial Arts Plan is to encourage the citizens to practice martial arts, and physical skills through official mobilization. Seito said. Sakura-sei heard the difference between martial arts, and physical skills in Seito's words. She immediately turned to Seito, and the latter nodded in confirmation. In order to facilitate the implementation of this plan, I plan to add bonus points for martial arts in the personnel assessment. Seito continued. Instantly, the conference room that had just quieted down became noisy again. Chapter 577. P.S. Thanks to Nickfany and 1577478860 for their tip. Sir, isn't this too arbitrary? After a short discussion, a middle-aged man in his 40s who was a little plump said, What do you think? Seito didn't immediately answer the man's question. Instead, he turned to look at the other people who were waiting for an answer because of the middle-aged man's question. Sir, this decision is indeed a little arbitrary. A man with a square face, a serious expression, a burly body, and short black hair said in a deep voice, As far as I know, whether it's martial arts, the legendary martial arts, or the physical skills that Sir mentioned, it's not something that can be seen in a short period of time. If we forcefully promote it according to Sir's idea, the people may not resist at first and try it out with some novelty. However, after they know how hard it is to cultivate, the people who are used to modern life will inevitably give up on cultivating martial arts, or physical skills. At that time, even with the encouragement of bonus points policy, I believe that not many people will be willing to practice it. I agree with Minister Liu. Another Chinese man, who was about the same age as Minister Liu, said, Sir, most of the residents in our city are adults, and the population under the age of 16 only accounts for less than 3% of the total population of the city. Among them, there are very few children under the age of 10. It is really difficult to promote martial arts in this situation. After all, for adults it is really difficult to promote martial arts. Martial arts, or physical skills are too difficult. That's right. Another member agreed. After the general opinions were expressed, Sei Ito spoke again. Are you all done? After hearing Sei Ito's words, everyone became silent. All the members of the meeting immediately fell silent, waiting for Ito-sei to speak. Since you're all done, then I'll talk about my arrangements. Sei Ito glanced at the people who spoke the most enthusiastically, but the content was relatively empty. He then looked at Minister Liu and said, Answer old Liu's question first. This is what I'm thinking. After the plan is implemented, I will arrange for a group of people who have already cultivated to enter the city. Chief Valletta will be in charge of this, with the cooperation of the publicity department. We will conduct a long publicity campaign for the entire city's residents. This will allow the people to experience the effects of martial arts, and physical skills. This will stimulate the people's desire for strength and other psychological factors, creating motivation and goals for cultivation. Seeing that Minister Liu began to think, he turned to look at the other middle-aged man who was talking with Data and said, Next is old Huang's question. Indeed. The current rate of population growth in our city is somewhat abnormal, but this is my problem. I will find a way to solve it as soon as possible. However, with the current population, there is no problem in promoting it. After Sei Ito caught the middle-aged man's attention, he smiled and continued, We can do it this way. First, add the basic training courses of martial arts, and physical skills to the children's learning content, and then gradually increase the difficulty level. It must be that by the time they reach the university level, they can master the cultivation and use of a martial arts, or physical skills. Then, outside of the children, we can selectively promote it based on the people's physique. For example, Old Huang, Old Liu, Old Wu, and Old Sun, who have Chinese blood. We can focus on promoting martial arts. I believe that these two things are not unfamiliar to the Chinese people. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Old Huang, Old Liu, Old Wu, and Old Sun who were pointed out all smiled and nodded. And people like Mitsui, Miyata, Akagi, Japanese people like you focus on promoting karate, kendo, and other common martial arts and physical skills. Sei Ito paused here, then smiled and said, Maybe physical skills are unfamiliar to you, but if I use the term ninjutsu to describe it, you should understand it. Ninjutsu? The three Japanese people who were pointed out looked at each other in surprise and repeated, Yes. The so-called physical skills is a general term, a straightforward name for all the combat techniques that use the body, including ninjutsu. Sei Ito explained. If it's ninjutsu, I believe that people will be more interested in it. Akagi nodded and said, As for people like Duncan, Edward, Anne, and the rest of you, you can focus on promoting European martial arts like fencing, épée, knight sword, and other common martial arts like kickboxing. Sei Ito turned to look at the other foreigners and said. The few of them nodded their heads in agreement when they heard this. And in order to stimulate the people's enthusiasm for martial arts, in addition to the promotion by Violetta, you can also hold a large-scale martial arts competition after the plan is implemented for a certain period of time. The reward for the competition will be a large amount of money and the early choice of martial arts. Sei Ito said again, This way, I believe that a lot of people who are interested in fame and fortune will participate. Old Huang, do you have any problems with this arrangement? Sei Ito looked at Old Huang again and asked. No. Old Huang shook his head and said, What about the others? Sei Ito looked at the others again and asked. Those who blindly agreed with Sei Ito saw that the first batch of city construction managers did not say anything. Naturally, they did not have the courage to refute Sei Ito's words and nodded in agreement. Since there are no problems, I will continue. Sei Ito said, then turned to Erica and said, Erica, after the meeting, you will lead the staff of Dawn Society to start the construction of the website. Later, I will give you some basic martial arts information. You can enter them into the database. As for the advanced martial arts, I will take out some copies and put them in the central library. As for the arrangements, you can discuss among yourselves after the meeting. I will not participate. However, I have one request. The approval of the advanced martial arts must be strict. After all, those things can kill people if they are not careful enough. Seito said seriously. The members sitting in the room all nodded and agreed with a serious look. Okay, the first thing is done. Now, I want to hear about the situation of your industries. Seito leaned back in his chair and looked at the people in front of him. Let's start with the people's livelihood. Okay. Then I will say a few words. Old Huang, who was in charge of the people's livelihood, nodded and said, the current population of our city. After that, Old Huang began to report the current population of the city, the number of men and women, the distribution of age, the composition of families, whether there were newborn babies, and how many newborn babies there were. The overall quality of life of the residents and other issues began to be reported. After Old Huang finished his report, Robert, who was in charge of food hygiene, Park Bryony, who was in charge of drug safety, Charles, who was in charge of finance, Sakurabase, who was in charge of social security management and transportation, Old Sun, who was in charge of agriculture, Adams, who was in charge of business, Old Liu, who was in charge of personnel inspection, Mitsui, who was in charge of supervision, Lucy Hill, who was in charge of publicity, Old Wu, who was in charge of electricity, Akaji, who was in charge of water conservancy, Miyata, who was in charge of production, Jingjiu, who was in charge of education, and Old Ding, who was in charge of construction, all made their reports one after another. After the 15 people in charge of overall control finished their reports, the representatives of other industries also made a simple report about the situation in their industries, allowing Seito to understand the development of the city from the document. Overall, it's not bad, but I didn't expect some companies to be involved in the gray industry when I wasn't paying attention. That's interesting. Seito sneered. Then, he turned to Sakuraba-sei and ordered, monitor those companies. If they dare to make any moves, deal with them by force and get someone else to manage them. Got it. Sakuraba-sei replied. Lastly, I will announce something. Ito-sei looked at the crowd again and said. Then he turned to look at Mealy, who was sitting on the side. After she got up and walked to his side, he announced to the crowd, This is Mealy Ashford. I believe everyone here has seen her on TV before, but what I want to say is that from now on, she will be the mayor of our city, and will be in charge of the overall situation. Everyone, who had been shaken by Ito-sei and Sakuraba-sei's words, was instantly stunned. Most of them looked at Miley Ashford strangely, then withdrew their gazes and exchanged glances with the people around them. They silently agreed. I think everyone knows what to do. Ito-sei glanced at the dozens of people who had strange expressions on their faces and said in a deep voice. Then, he announced, other than the representatives of the big lab and the biology lab, everyone else can leave. Hearing Seito's words, the people in charge and representatives all got up from their seat. Some were alone, some were in groups of 2 or 3. They walked past Seito and were escorted out of the conference room by the female secretary. How's the situation on your side? Seito's eyes fell on Emma and Asmo in the biology lab. We have finished the preliminary recording of all the prisoners in the prison and have entered the genetic analysis stage, Professor Asmo said. Not bad. Seito nodded. Then, he looked at the 5 people in the big lab and asked, What about you guys? Royd, Cecil, Lakshata, Erica, and Celine looked at each other. Celine spoke first. The artificial intelligence Stargazer can already conduct preliminary human-computer communication. Currently, we are strengthening its intelligence and enriching its database. I'm deciphering the information you gave me with Dr. Lakshata. We've already deciphered about 75% of it. I believe it won't take long for us to finish the deciphering and begin the formal research, Erica said. I'm now conducting research on the antimatter cannon of the original Lancelot. So far, I've obtained a result and am about to apply for a weapon test with you. Royd pushed up the glasses on his face and laughed strangely. Oh! Seito looked at Royd with interest and waited for him to continue. It's a portable antimatter bomb. It's the size of a grenade, but the explosion is very powerful. It can annihilate all matter within a 5-meter radius of the center of the explosion. Royd laughed strangely. Not bad. Do you have a finished product? Seito asked. I've created 2 test bombs, Royd said. Good. Put the test bomb in the warehouse for testing. If the opportunity is right, I'll test it in the outside world. Seito nodded. Okay, Royd agreed. Then, Seito waved his hand and summoned a pile of information. He threw it in front of Serene with psychokinesis and said, Serene, put the matter of the stargazer aside and let the others do it. Then, try to understand this information as soon as possible. Serene frowned as she took the information and read it in front of her eyes. I'll tell you what to do after you understand it, Seito continued. Then, he looked at everyone and said, That's it. You can all leave now. Everyone got up from their seats and walked out of the meeting room together. You can go back to the office first. I'll go see Miley. Seito got up and said to Valletta. Valletta rolled her eyes at Seito but did not say anything. Then, she turned around and walked out of the meeting room slowly. Looking at Valletta's departing figure, Itose couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. After that, he slowly walked out of the conference room and headed towards Mirai's office. Dang. 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 Seito knocked on the door of Miley's office. Come in. Miley shouted from inside the room. After getting permission, Itose reached out and unlocked the door. He pushed the door open and walked in. Master. Miley got up from her seat and greeted Seito when she saw who it was. Bang. Seito closed the door and walked toward Miley. There are no outsiders here. You don't have to call me Master. Just call me by my name like you did in the academy. Master, why are you looking for me? Miley ignored Seito's words and changed the topic. Have you forgotten what I said before the meeting? I want to talk to you after the meeting. Seito walked to Miley's side and looked at her. Miley took off her jacket and revealed her perfect figure under her white shirt. What do you want to talk about? Miley asked after a few seconds of silence. I want to know why you are so angry at me. Seito looked at Miley and asked in a deep voice. Master, you must be joking. Miley said. If what you said is true, you are not angry at me for bringing you into the academy. Then, where is your anger coming from? Ignoring Milei's denial, Itose looked at her face and said to himself, Do you blame me for not caring about you, or have an inexplicable resentment against me because of the relationship between Karen and Nina, or are you lonely because you miss home? Miley remained silent. She did not know if Seito was right. Chapter 578. If it's because I didn't care about you, then I'm sorry. At that time, I did ignore the helplessness you might feel when you arrived in a strange place. After all, you gave me the impression that you were a strong, confident, and cheerful girl. And at that time, you had Nina and Karen to accompany you, so I didn't pay too much attention to you, Seito explained softly. But if you have an inexplicable resentment against me because of Karen and Nina, then I really can't help it. You didn't contact me, and you didn't tell me how you felt, so how could I pay attention to you? Seito spread his hands and shrugged helplessly. But if you feel lonely because you miss home. Seito paused here, and then continued, then I will find time to take you back to have a look, or directly bring your family in. Is what you said true? Hearing this, Milei, who had been silent and unresponsive, immediately asked. It's true. Seito nodded and then chuckled. No matter what, you are an important mayor to me now. In order to let you work with peace of mind, I will try my best to fulfill some conditions. How is it? Can you give me a good look now? Seito, who saw the change in Mi-Lei's mood, asked with a smile. Sir, when did I give you a bad look? Mi-Lei looked at Seito with a puzzled look and said innocently. See, you said you didn't give me a bad look. Then what's with the way you address me? Seito walked around Mi-Lei and sat in her seat. Because you are, Mi-Lei said shamelessly. But I said it before, there are no outsiders here now. You don't have to call me sir. Seito rested his left elbow on the table and supported his cheek with his palm. He turned his head to look at Mi-Lei. Mi-Lei frowned her beautiful eyebrows and pretended to be reluctant. Seito. That's right. Seito nodded. Looking at the empty table in front of him, he said, Mi-Lei, aren't you going to pour me a cup of tea? Are you done yet? Don't push your luck. Hearing Seito's words, Mi-Lei immediately put her hands on her waist and shouted. Hey, who was the one who said that I was, and now you've forgotten about it? Itomori straightened up and looked at Mi-Lei with a faint smile on his face. But I also remember someone saying that there are no outsiders here, so there isn't, Mi-Lei said with a smile. There are no outsiders. Seito nodded thoughtfully. Then, he suddenly grabbed Mi-Lei's arm and pulled her into his embrace. Mi-Lei's body immediately fell into Seito's embrace. Ah! Mi-Lei, who had fallen, subconsciously exclaimed. What are you doing? She felt a firm sensation coming from the side of her face. Feeling the tightness beside her, Mi-Lei frowned and asked as she smelled the strong masculine scent. You said that there are no outsiders here. If there are no outsiders, then we're on the same side. Since we're on the same side, then what I'm doing now is just a way to get close to each other. Seito's arm on Mi-Lei's waist slowly slid down along the curve of her waist. Finally, it landed on Mi-Lei's perky butt. He gently kneaded it while chuckling. You bastard! Mi-Lei, whose butt was touched, yelled. Ignoring her current posture, she immediately pushed Seito away with her hands in front of her chest and broke free from his embrace. There were 3 pulleys at the bottom of the chair. With Mi-Lei's push, the chair immediately slid back. She broke free from Seito's embrace. Without any external support, Mi-Lei immediately fell to the ground. Seeing this, Seito's body flashed and instantly appeared in front of Mi-Lei. His hands went directly under Mi-Lei's armpits and pulled her into his embrace again. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, Mi-Lei shouted as she struggled in Seito's embrace. That's right, I'm this kind of person, Seito said with a frivolous smile. Then, his hands slid down to Mi-Lei's butt again. This time, however, he didn't need it. Instead, he raised his hand and slapped it. Smack, 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 3 crisp sounds of flesh hitting flesh rang out in the room. You! Feeling the slight throbbing pain from her butt, Mi-Lei's eyes immediately filled with tears and she struggled even more violently. Seeing that Mi-Lei was still struggling, Seito waved his hand again and slapped Mi-Lei's butt again. Slap, slap, slap. Another 3 crisp slaps sounded in the room. I'm not going to be this lousy mayor anymore, Mi-Lei cried. That's not for you, Seito said as he turned over and pressed Mi-Lei to the ground. His hands pressed Mi-Lei's hands on both sides of her head. Their faces were parallel to each other as he looked at Mi-Lei, who was crying. You bastard, rapist! Mi-Lei stared fiercely at Seito and cursed loudly. Not only was she venting her anger, but she also wanted the staff outside to hear her scream and come to her rescue. Scream all you want. It's useless even if you scream yourself hoarse. All the rooms are soundproof. Before I came in, I also informed the staff outside that no one can come in without my permission. So, no one outside can hear what I do to you, let alone come in and rescue you, Seito said with a chuckle. Hearing Seito's words, Mi-Lei's face immediately revealed a trace of despair. Then, her eyes flashed as she lifted her head and bit Seito's neck. Seeing this, Seito snickered and loosened the muscles on his neck, allowing Mi-Lei's teeth to sink into his flesh. Ah! Sei-Ito, who was bitten by Mi-Lei on the neck, screamed exaggeratedly. He quickly let go of Mi-Lei and pulled his hands back to his neck, covering the wound where Mi-Lei had bitten him. At this moment, the emotional Mi-Lei didn't notice Sei-Ito's abnormality. She pushed Sei-Ito away with a surprised expression, got up, ran to the desk, picked up the phone on the desk, and smashed it at Sei-Ito. Bang! 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 Mi-Lei smashed Sei-Ito's head repeatedly. When the phone came into contact with Sei-Ito's head, it emitted a dull sound. Plop! A moment later, with Mirei's fierce smash, Ito-Sei's body suddenly fell to the ground. A stream of blood slowly flowed out from his head. After a while, it accumulated into a small pool of blood on the ground. Hey, Sei-Ito! Mi-Lei, who was jolted back to her senses by the glaring red blood, stared at Sei-Ito while panting. She weakly nudged Sei-Ito's body with her feet and called out softly. After waiting for a few seconds, seeing that Sei-Ito still didn't respond, Mi-Lei carefully squatted down and placed her hand in front of Sei-Ito's nose to check his breathing. He's dead? Mi-Lei, who couldn't feel the slightest breath, was stunned. She muttered to herself, "How is this possible? Hey Sei-Ito, stop playing. Get up quickly." Then, Mi-Lei's expression shook. She quickly knelt beside Sei-Ito and grabbed Sei-Ito's clothes with both hands. She pushed him hard and shouted, "I know you're just scaring me. Get up quickly. I'm not angry with you anymore. As long as you wake up, you can touch my breasts or kiss me, let alone my butt." However, Sei-Ito still lay on the ground in the same position without any reaction. Sob. Sei-Ito, get up quickly. I beg you. I really didn't want to kill you just now. I was just mad. Sob. Please, get up quickly. Mi-Lei shook Sei-Ito's body even more violently and cried, "As long as you get up, I promise I won't be angry with you anymore. I promise I won't be angry with you anymore. As long as you want, I can let you touch my butt. Please, Sei-Ito, get up quickly." Are you serious? At this moment, a voice suddenly asked behind Mi-Lei. Yes. Mi-Lei answered instinctively. Then, she was stunned. She quickly turned her head to look at the figure behind her. Then, a perfectly intact Sei-Ito immediately appeared in front of her. Mi-Lei looked at Sei-Ito in front of her, and then looked at Sei-Ito, who was gradually disappearing on the ground. She suddenly stood up from the ground and swung the phone in her hand at Sei-Ito's body again. "You bastard bastard! You really lied to me," Mi-Lei cursed as she smashed the phone. "If I didn't lie to you like this, how would you vent all the anger in your heart?" Sei-Ito let the phone hit him as he looked at Mi-Lei and chuckled. Mi-Lei paused when she heard this. Then, she started smashing the phone again. However, this time, she only smashed it a few times before throwing the phone back on the table. "You want me to vent my anger? I think you want me to accumulate my anger. Is there such a need for me to vent my anger? Especially when you touched my butt before." Mi-Lei walked to a chair and sat down while panting. She wiped her tears and said fiercely, "I can't help it. It's because your anger is buried too deep. If I don't anger you, I won't be able to release it." Sei-Ito shrugged. Then, he lifted the hand that touched Mi-Lei's butt to his nose and sniffed. "Also, Mi-Lei, you're really attractive. You pervert." Mi-Lei blushed and scolded when she saw Sei-Ito's actions. "So what if I'm a pervert? I just heard someone crying and saying to me that not only was she willing to let me touch her butt, but she was also willing to let me touch her breasts and kiss her." Sei-Ito walked slowly toward Mi-Lei as he smirked. "I said that to the dead. It has no effect on the living," Mi-Lei quibbled. "But I took it seriously." Sei-Ito, who had already walked to Mi-Lei, reached out and hooked Mi-Lei's chin as he stared into her eyes. "Go look for your Karen. You can do whatever you want." Mi-Lei waved her hand and slapped away Sei-Ito's hand as she curled her lip. "I will naturally look for Karen, but I won't let you go either." Seito reached out and hooked Milei's chin again as he chuckled. You're really shameless. Milei sighed. Alright, tell me. Why did you have such a big grudge against me before? Seito retracted his hand and looked at Milei seriously. Chapter 579. P.S. I wish all the readers who are going to take the college entrance examination tomorrow to get good results, leap into the Dragon's Gate, and become the best. I don't know. Hearing the question, Milei was silent for a moment before replying in a low voice. Maybe it's just as you said. It's partly because he abducted me but ignored me, partly because Karen and Nina found their own careers and gradually lost contact with me, and partly because I felt lonely because of homesickness. In short, I don't know how to explain it. Then why didn't you contact me? Seito asked again. How do I contact you? Milei looked at Seito with a mocking look. Seito was speechless. He could only apologize in a low voice. Sorry, it's my fault. But don't worry, I will always pay attention to you in the future. Seito then reached out and stroked Milei's cheek, looked at her and said softly, Don't take advantage of me. Milei unceremoniously slapped away Seito's hand and said disdainfully, TSK, I wonder who was the one crying for me to touch her just now. Seito curled his lips and whispered in a voice just audible to Milei, Do you have anything else? If not, get lost. I don't want to see you now. Milei's face darkened when she heard the whisper, and her tone was full of hostility. Yes, I got it. I'll leave right away. Seito raised his hand in surrender, walked out the door, and said in a frivolous tone. But the moment Seito's palm touched the door lock, he suddenly teleported back to Milei. While she was unprepared, he leaned forward and kissed Milei's lips. Then, he teleported again and appeared outside the office. Bastard! Don't let me seize the opportunity, or I'll definitely teach you a lesson. After Seito left, Milei, who reacted, grabbed the smashed phone on the table and slammed it against the door, yelling loudly. Bang crash. The phone, which could no longer bear the weight, immediately shattered into a pile of zeros the moment it fell to the ground, flying in all directions. Seito, who could completely guess Milei's reaction, smiled and walked slowly to the workbench. He ordered the female employee inside to bring a new inline phone to Milei's office. He went straight back to Valletta's office. Let's follow this procedure. Back in the office, Valletta passed the document with her name on it back to her secretary. Yes. The female secretary took the document and turned to walk out of the office. Are you done? Valletta stood up from her seat and asked Ito-sei, who walked to her side. We're done. Seito didn't pretend to be polite. He directly sat down and smiled. Looks like another beauty is about to enter your embrace. Valletta teased with a faint smile. Seito didn't know how to respond to Valletta's words. He forced a smile and changed the topic. Let's discuss the concrete steps of the martial arts for all plan. Valletta smiled and followed Seito's words to discuss the concrete steps of the martial arts for all plan with him. During this time, the two of them invited the new mayor, Milei, and some other elite employees to join the discussion. They wanted to perfect the details of the plan. That's it. A few hours later, Seito held the proposal in his hand and said to everyone in front of him, Sure. Valletta nodded in agreement. No problem. Milei agreed. The other employees also nodded and agreed that this proposal was the final sample. Okay, it's decided then. Seeing that no one had any objections, Ito-sei nodded. He handed the document to his secretary and said, Miyuki, print out a copy of this document. Then, according to the instructions, notify all departments to cooperate. Okay. Miyuki took the proposal and walked out of the office. She returned to her secretary's room and began to print out the proposal. I'll leave the rest to you two. Seito looked at Milei and Valletta. Got it. Milei replied lazily. On the other hand, Valletta nodded calmly and agreed to it. Okay. It's time for me to prepare some things. Seito smiled. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the office. In the next second, he appeared in the big lab. Erica, give me a free quantum computer. Seito walked to Erica and said. Erica nodded, turned around and walked to the side. She picked up a quantum computer from a table, walked back to Itose, and handed the quantum computer in her hand to him. How long will it take for the website to be completed? Seito took the quantum computer and casually glanced at the several members of the Dawn Society who were building the website. The website's module code is very simple. It will be completed in a few minutes. It's just that the design of the page will take a little longer. It might take 2 to 3 hours to complete the website. Erica estimated. Speaking of design, you can ask Cecil. I remember that she's quite skilled in this area. Seito glanced at Cecil, who was operating the equipment not far away. Is that so? I'll ask her for help in a while. Erica said. Okay, I won't disturb you. I'll go upstairs and input the martial arts information. Seito patted the computer in his hand and smiled. Do you need me to get someone to help you? Erica asked. No need. I have a special way to input the information. Seito smiled and shook his head. He then called out to her and slowly walked to the metal stairs at the side. He walked up step by step. A moment later, Seito came to the rooftop. He walked to the bed that he did not put away when he left last time and sat down. He opened the quantum computer and placed it flat on his legs. He put his hands on the two ends of the quantum computer and closed his eyes to activate his superpower electromagnetic control. In an instant, on the laser screen of the quantum computer, a large amount of data suddenly appeared on the screen like a waterfall composed of program codes, and it flowed rapidly without stopping. At the same time, an ear-piercing buzzing sound came from the quantum computer that had always been operating silently. Seito sat in this way for more than 2 hours. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the quantum computer. The waterfall of programs that had been flowing rapidly on the screen finally disappeared under the system desktop on the screen. The input is finally complete. Seito opened his eyes and exhaled softly. Then, he put the quantum computer into standby mode. Then, he returned to the big laboratory with the quantum computer that was still emitting a blazing aura. Here you go. This is the information of all the basic martial arts, and physical skills that will be released. It also includes some other related basic information files. I have already categorized them. When the time comes, you just need to upload them according to the category. Seito handed the quantum computer to Erica. Okay. Erica casually reached out and took the quantum computer. Then, she looked at Seito with some surprise. What did you do? How did you make the quantum computer so hot? I just input the information. It's just that the way I input it is a little strange. Seito smiled. Okay, you continue with your work. I'm leaving. Seito glanced at everyone in the laboratory and smiled at Erica. Then, in a flash, he left the Rubik's Cube world and returned to the absolutely pitiful world. Although I have carefully categorized and explained all the information and also made video demonstrations of various martial arts, and physical skills, except for physical skills and some martial arts that can be taught by ninjas, the martial arts part is completely out of the question. There is no suitable candidate to be a teacher in the current Rubik's Cube world. Seito, who was using electromagnetic control to find the radio wave emission point, thought to himself, "It seems that I can only find time to teach the basic skills to those who want to practice martial arts. Then, after the matter here is over, I will find another person to replace me as the martial arts instructor." Seito, who found the radio wave emission point, flew to the radio wave emission point with psychokinesis while thinking to himself, After a while, Sei-Ito flew to the newly found radio wave emission point. However, Sei-Ito did not immediately use his superpower to advertise his fictitious organization, Garden of Eden. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the building where the transmission point tower was located and closed his eyes to cultivate his mental power. It's about time. More than 2 hours later, Sei-Ito, who came out of his cultivation, stood up from the ground and said to himself. Then, he reached out and grabbed the signal tower beside him, activated electromagnetic control, and sent the fictitious organization's advertisement to thousands of homes. Done, now continue to wait for the call. 10 minutes later, Sei-Ito, who played the advertisement several times, finally withdrew his superpower, sat cross-legged on the ground again, and closed his eyes to cultivate. Then, at midnight, he exited from his cultivation on time, connected to the little black ball, and answered the phone calls of the espers who wanted to join the organization. At 1 o'clock in the morning, he cut off all phone calls and flew to the homes of the espers who agreed to go to Garden of Eden City. The fresh and pleasant morning is fiery justice. After successfully accepting several espers into the Rubik's Cube world, Sei-Ito, who came to a new address, flew above the building when a clear voice suddenly sounded in the night sky. "The breeze that blows in the wilderness is a green friendship," another voice said. "The fused purple is the heart of nobility." Then another voice sounded. "Absolutely pitiful, children." The three voices said together, and then, with a bang, red, blue, and purple smoke suddenly appeared. Then Kaori Akashi, Kue Nogami, and Shai Mitsuya, who were wearing a blue long-sleeved uniform, a white pleated skirt, and a blue beret, appeared on the edge of the roof of a slightly taller building. They looked down at Sei-Ito, who was hovering in the air. Chapter 580. P.S. Thank you to Nikfini, Gzerbatangii, and 157747860 for their tip. Surrender. Akashi Kaoru put one hand on her waist and pointed at Sei-Ito with the other. "Let's see if you have the ability." Sei-Ito shrugged and laughed. You dare to look down on us. Now we'll show you our true strength," Akashi Kaoru said in a bad mood. Then she jumped into the air. She stretched out her hand and pointed it at Ito-sei. A beam of telekinesis immediately rushed out of Akashi Kaoru's palm and flew towards Ito-sei at high speed. "Thanks to your help, I'm not the same as before. Speaking of which, I really need to thank you guys." Sei-Ito wrapped his palm with telekinetic energy of the same strength and waved his hand to deflect the telekinetic beam. He looked at Akashi Kaoru, Nogami Kue, and Miyazihue and smiled. Boom! The telekinetic beam that was sent flying instantly landed on a nearby roof, and then with a roar, a large hole with a diameter of about 1 meter appeared on the roof. "Kaoru, he's a super esper with superpowers. Don't hold back." At this time, Hito Koichi appeared from his hiding place and shouted, "I know." At the same time, Kaoru Akashi pointed both of her hands at Ito-sei. Then, a beam of light that seemed to be large, but was actually made up of countless small telekinesis attacks, rushed out of her palms and flew towards Ito-sei. Tisk, as expected of a natural L7 esper. "She's really good at using her powers." Sei-Ito's figure flashed. He instantly disappeared from the path of the telekinetic beam and appeared behind Akashi Kaoru. He sighed softly as he pressed his hand on her back. "Kaoru, be careful!" Hito Koichi anxiously shouted. Boom! As soon as Hito Koichi finished his words, a telekinetic beam shot out from Sei-Ito's palm and hit the building below. Then, a loud boom sounded and a large hole the size of an adult appeared on the side of the building. "I don't want to hurt you three, so just leave." Then, Sei-Ito's figure flashed again. He appeared behind Akashi Kaoru, Nogami Kue, and Miyazihue, who were also teleported here. He pressed one hand on Nogami Kuei's shoulder and used spatial interference to restrict her teleportation ability while speaking softly to the three. Otherwise, I don't know what I'll do. Seito's palm exerted a bit of force and a force instantly entered Nogami Kuei's body. She immediately fainted. Kuei. Kaoru Akashi, who saw Kuei fall powerlessly, immediately called out in worry. Don't worry. I'll just make her faint for a while, I promise she'll be fine. Itase quickly stretched his arm in front of Miyazihue and grabbed the small handgun she had taken out. He activated the disintegration technique and broke the handgun into a pile of parts. At the same time, he comforted her with a smile. Kids shouldn't mess around with guns. Seito raised his hand and flicked Miyazihue's forehead. He then turned around and looked at Akashi Kaoru, who was full of anger. You're not my opponent right now. Give up. Itomori slowly walked to the front of Akashi Kaoru, stretched out his hand and pressed Akashi Kaoru's head, who wanted to avoid his palm, and said with a chuckle. But in this peaceful era, they actually let kids like you face vicious criminals with superpowers. The Babel organization is just SOSO. They talk about building a harmonious society between superpowers and normal people, but in the end they're just using kids like you. Seito pulled back his hand. He turned around and said while looking at the door. But forget it. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. But if you want to join Garden of Eden, you can call me. Itose's body slowly floated into the air. He looked at Akashi Kaoru and Samiyazihue and said with a smile. At this moment, a muffled bang suddenly sounded. The door that had been closed was suddenly opened and slammed into the wall. Then, Gien Koichi, who was holding a gun, quickly rushed to the roof and aimed at Itose, who was in midair. Kaoru Zihue, are you okay? Hito Koichi, who was staring at Seito, asked the two who were still conscious. You're lucky, Hito Koichi. If it weren't for the three kids, you would have died by my hands. Seito looked at Hito Koichi, who was aiming at him with a gun, and sneered. Then, his body flashed and disappeared from the sky. Zihue, Koi, how are you? Seeing Seito disappear, Hito Koichi put away his gun and quickly walked to Okinogami's side. He asked Miyazihue, who was squatting beside Okinogami and using her touch-sensing ability to check on Okinogami's condition. She's fine. Just like that person said, she just fainted. There are no other problems. Miyazihue said. Kaoru. Hito Koichi looked at Akashi Kaoru and called out softly. I'm fine. Akashi Kaoru shook her head in low spirit. How long do you plan to follow me? Ministry of War Jingjie? Seito, who appeared in the sky, turned around and looked at the void behind him. Your senses are still as sharp as ever. As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial ripple suddenly appeared in the empty sky. Then, the Ministry of War Jingjie, who always dressed like a student, appeared in the sky. Then, Jingjie's expression changed. He looked at Seito coldly and said, But you really didn't listen to me. You actually dared to attack those three little girls. As expected of an elder. You're quite the busybody. Seito sneered at Jingjie and said, But what are you going to do this time? Are you going to continue the battle that we didn't finish last time? That's not impossible. Jingjie of the Ministry of War pulled his hands out of his pockets and let them hang by his side as he spoke coldly. Is that so? That's great. I was just looking for someone to test out my new power. Seito activated his telekinesis and smiled at Jingjie. Then, the two figures flashed at the same time. A gust of wind suddenly appeared in the void in the next second, forming two different arcs of impact that resisted each other. Boom! The two impact arcs remained in a stalemate for less than a few seconds before exploding violently. Then, the figures of the Ministry of War's Jingjie and Itose reappeared in midair. Although I'm much stronger than last time, you're still no match for me with just this little trick. While Seito was talking, Another Jingjie suddenly appeared behind Seito. He waved his telekinesis vacuum blade and cut Seito in half from his left shoulder to his right waist. Don't be too confident, Jingjie. Before the cut Seito could completely split open, another Seito appeared behind Jingjie and pressed his hand against his back. He activated his telekinesis and attacked. After 3 days, I really have to look at you in a different light. As the telekinesis beam pierced through Jingjie's body, his voice rang in Seito's ears again. At the same time, a large number of tiny telekinesis bullets fell from the sky like rain, swarming towards Seito's body. Tisk, you're really good at using hypnosis. Seito swung his arm, and a huge crescent-shaped shield flew out from the trajectory of his arm to meet the telekinesis bullets falling from the sky. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a large number of explosions sounded in the air, and clouds of white smoke drifted in the air, blurring the dark night sky. Then, Seito's figure flashed and escaped the range of the smoke. He appeared in front of a spatial anomaly and swung his right leg that was enhanced with telekinesis. He kicked the foreign object in front of him. A crescent-shaped light suddenly flashed, and a strong wind was generated from the arc, shooting into the distance at high speed. Tsk, he dodged it again. Seito, who sensed that his attack had missed, curled his lips inwardly. He activated telekinesis again to dodge the vacuum bullets that flew toward him from behind. He appeared even higher in the sky. Then, his body swayed, and a dozen phantoms formed by the combination of hypnosis and mental perception appeared in the air. One by one, they activated telekinesis and rushed toward Jingjie. Boring little tricks, Jingjie said disdainfully as he waved his fist and scattered one of the phantoms. But as long as I can catch you, it's a good trick. However, in the next moment, an arm suddenly reached out from the scattered phantoms and grabbed Jingjie's arm. Then, Seito's entire body appeared from thin air, and he looked at Jingjie with a cold smile. Then, he raised his free right arm to the side of his body, enhanced his fist with telekinesis, and smashed it toward Jingjie's face. Whoosh! Just as his fist was 1 centimeter away from Jingjie's face, several pitch-black bands suddenly wrapped around Seito's arm, trapping his fist in place. Then, a female figure appeared behind Jingjie and used telekinesis to bring him away from Seito's grasp. Then, a circular shockwave, which was magnified layer by layer, rushed out from behind Jingjie and bombarded Seito's chest. Boom! Under the impact of the shockwave, Seito's body was immediately sent flying, and he fell to the ground like a cannonball. He crashed through the roof of a building, broke through 3 floors, and embedded himself in the 4th floor. Ah! Seeing a human figure appear on the ground, the occupants of the building immediately screamed. Shut up! Seito, who sat up from the ground, frowned and shouted with an unfriendly expression. Then, his figure flashed, and he reappeared in the sky outside the building. Black bands, telekinesis, sound waves. Is it Pandora's second in command, Masaru Sairu, Kana Akiha, and Fujura Akiha? Looking at the empty sky, Seito shook his body, and all the dust on his clothes were blown away, and he speculated in his heart. Do you want to start a full-scale war? Seito sneered and flew away, continuing his abduction plan. After a few hours, Seito, who didn't have the Ministry of War's Kayasuk to disturb him, finally took all the espers who were willing to enter Eden City into Rubik's Cube world and settled them in the esper community. Then, Seito, who had nothing to do for the time being, also flashed into Rubik's Cube world. First, he came to the esper community to appease the new espers and let them know each other. After both sides had a certain understanding of each other, he left the esper community and appeared in Karen's room in the Genin village. At this time, in the bedroom, Karen, who was wearing pajamas, was lying on her side on the bed. Her legs were clamped on the thin quilt, and her hands were grasping the quilt. She was rubbing her cheek on the quilt with a smitten smile on her face, and at the same time, she was muttering something vaguely. Pa, seeing this scene, Seito walked to Karen's bedside with a funny face, waved his hand, and lightly slapped Karen's butt. A crisp sound immediately sounded in the room. However, Karen didn't wake up after being slapped. She put her left hand on her butt in a daze and scratched it as if scratching an itch, and showed a smitten smile again. Seeing this, Ito Seinari had no choice but to use more strength. He waved his hand and slapped Karen's butt again. Pa, a crisper sound than before sounded in the room. Who is it? Karen, who woke up from the pain, immediately turned over and landed on the ground, squinted her eyes and stared at the vague figure beside the bed. It's me. Seito took the glasses on the bedside and threw them to Karen and said, Phew, you scared me to death. Karen, who took the glasses and put it on her face, finally saw Seito's appearance, and relaxed her posture. You still know how to be scared? You don't even have any vigilance in your sleep. Seito bent his finger and flicked Karen's forehead and said, Aren't we in our own home? Karen raised her hand and covered her forehead in pain and said in a low voice, Then you still need to be vigilant. Seito said, Yes, I know. Karen dragged her voice, and without waiting for Seito to speak, she stretched out her hand and took his arm and asked, Why are you here so early? Well, there are two things. Seito didn't say anything when he saw this. He nodded and said the purpose of his visit. First, I'm going to select a group of ninjas and send them to the city to assist Valletta. Second, I want to give this to you. With that said, Seito turned his hand and took out a scroll and handed it to Karen. What is this? Karen reached out and took the scroll and asked while opening the seal. A special sealing technique of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Seito explained, There are obvious traces of the sealing technique of your Uzumaki clan on it, so I think you should be able to master this kind of thing very quickly. Oh, what about after I master it? Karen looked at the sealing technique on the scroll and nodded, and continued to ask. Naturally, there will be other things for you to do. Seito smiled. I see, I will understand this sealing technique as soon as possible. Karen raised her head and replied with a serious expression. To be continued. Chapter 581. After that, Seito and Karen stayed in the house for a while. After eating a lovely breakfast specially prepared by Karen, they walked out of the house and went to the management building. After asking the ninja on duty to inform Uchiha Kento, Hyuga Masato, Karen, and Momochi Zabuza to come for a meeting, he sat in the office and waited. Dang dang dang. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Seito called. Ha! Elder Uchiha, Elder Hyuga, Captain Karen, and Momochi Zabuza, Sama have arrived. They are currently waiting for you in the conference room. First, there was a soft sound, then a ninja pushed the door and walked into the room, respectfully reporting to Ito-sei. Understood. Seito nodded and replied. Then, he got up from his seat and walked towards the conference room with Karen, who was clinging to him. After a while, Seito and Karen walked into the conference room and saw Uchiha Kento, Hyuga Masato, Karen, and Momochi Zabuza sitting on the side. This time, I called you here mainly because I have something to inform you. Sitting on the main seat, Seito looked at everyone and said straightforwardly, I am going to send another group of ninjas to the city to assist Valletta in carrying out the mission. Hearing Seito's words, the few people sitting in the room didn't raise any objections and nodded one after another. Since you have no objections, I will talk about the personnel structure I am going to transfer this time. Seito continued, This time, I am going to transfer 2 ninjutsu-type ninjas, 1 taijutsu-type ninja, and 2 genjutsu-type ninjas from the Uchiha clan, as well as 15 young female ninjas from the Hyuga clan. Select 2 ninjas from ordinary ninjas with earth, water, fire, wind, and lightning chakra attributes, a total of 30 ninjas will be sent to the city to carry out the mission. After listening to the personnel structure mentioned by Sei Ito, both Uchiha Kento and Hyuga Masato frowned unconsciously. However, neither of them said anything against it. Obviously, both of them knew very well that this isn't Naruto's world, nor Konoha's village. Sitting in front of them is Sei Ito, not a high-level member of Konoha, and even the people they are leading aren't from the outside world. So, regardless of the above reasons, there is no room for the two of them to oppose. As for the person in charge of this team, I will choose Yuki Kuroda. After glancing at Uchiha Kento and Hyuga Masato, Sei Ito said lightly. Kuroda's words, Uchihas, Kuroda's, and Hyuga Masato, Kuroda's, they immediately became quiet ses. Well, that's all I want to say. You can all go and choose. Itose said. Yes. Uchiha Kento, Hyuga Masato, and Momochi Zabuza responded together, and then got up from their seats one after another. Turning around, they left the conference room. Why are you taking so many people? Did something happen in the city? Seeing that there were no outsiders in the room, Karen asked with concern. Don't worry, it's not what you think. Sei Ito smiled, and then explained, I am going to implement the National Martial Arts program in the city, but you also know that the people in the city are used to enjoying themselves, and it's simply a pipe dream to ask them to practice hard. So, I intend to let these ninjas go to the city to promote and perform, and stimulate the desire of the people in the city to practice through their strong force and magical ninjutsu, so that they will take the initiative to practice. No wonder the people you asked for are all ninjutsu ninjas, Karen suddenly said. But in that case, why did you choose so many Hyuga people? If it's to show the power of taijutsu, there's no need for so many people at all. Then, Karen asked with a puzzled look. Those Hyuga people. I'm going to use them as teachers. Sei Ito smiled. After all, practice is not a joke, and there will be danger if there is a little mistake, so in the initial stage, the guidance of a teacher is necessary, and the Hyuga clan is suitable for the position of teacher. No wonder you asked for female Hyuga ninjas, Karen said. Then the three of them chatted in the conference room for a while until a ninja came to inform them that the selection was done, and they walked out of the conference room together and came to the small square in front of the office building. Okay, these are the people, Sei Ito nodded and said while looking at the ninjas standing in a neat row in front of him. I'm leaving. Sei Ito said to Uchiha Kento, Hyuga Masato, Karen, and Momochi Zabuza, and then disappeared from the small square with 31 ninjas, including Haku Izuki, and appeared in front of the municipal building in the city. Then Sei Ito took out his mobile phone and called Valletta, asking her to come downstairs and pick up the people. I'll leave these people to you, Sei Ito said to Valletta, who walked to his side. Valletta looked at the 31 ninjas in front of her and nodded. Then I'm leaving. Sei Ito first greeted Valletta, then nodded to Haku Izuki, and instantly disappeared from the municipal building and appeared in the central area of the city, sitting cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to practice. Just like this, Sei Ito didn't exit the state of practice until 7 o'clock in the evening, and flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world, found the nearby radio transmission point, hijacked the TV signal, and began the daily routine advertising campaign. After repeatedly playing the video for more than 10 times, Sei Ito retracted his electromagnetic control and sat cross-legged on the ground of the building where the radio transmission tower was located, quietly waiting for the passage of time. Huh? There's a blackout, and it's a blackout in the whole of Tokyo. Just as Sei Ito was watching Pandora's advertisement on his mobile phone, the whole of Tokyo was suddenly plunged into darkness. I remember that the only time there was a blackout in Tokyo in this anime was when the two superpowered people who helped Pandora to make advertising campaigns were caught. Itose flew into the sky and looked down at the dark streets of Tokyo as he thought to himself. Although those two guys aren't that good, they're more than enough to be used as experiment subject. Plus, they're a rare talent in advertising, so they might be useful in the future. If that's the case, I'll go save them. With that thought, Sei Ito's body suddenly shot up into the sky, and when he reached a certain height, he suddenly stopped and looked down to check the situation of Tokyo. Over there. Soon, Sei Ito found the target he was looking for in the dark city. Then Sei Ito's figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the sky and appeared in midair, not far from the target. Then his figure flashed again and appeared directly above the target. Then his figure continued to flash and appeared on top of a high-rise building next to the target. Don't resist. Now you're under arrest for improper use of espers and violation of the radio communication law. Then Sei Ito saw Kibuhan Koichi, who used ESP restraining handcuffs to handcuff the criminal, and arrested him and read out the charges. Humph, too naive. The man with gray hair tied into a ponytail sneered. What? Kibuhan Koichi was shocked and asked subconsciously. As long as you can't catch us brothers together, there's no law to suppress us. The criminal said proudly. Big brother. Following his words, the overturned SUV behind the criminal and Kibuhan Koichi suddenly flew into the air, and then a burly man with a big belly appeared under the SUV. He raised both hands to catch the SUV and shouted, I won't let you succeed. I will never let you succeed. Telekinesis. Law of the left hand. Then the burly man raised the SUV with one hand and shouted to the left. Don't move. Seeing the burly man's actions, Sonya Mia held the pistol with both hands and shouted at the burly man. But in the next second, the pistol in her hand suddenly slipped out of her hand and stuck to her forehead. She couldn't take it off. What's wrong, Sonya? Oki Nogami, who teleported next to her, asked. Ouch, ouch, ouch. But before she could get an answer from Sonya Mia Huina, an iron can flew out of the garbage and hit Oki Nogami's forehead. She couldn't take it off. Iron can, is it magnetic force? Kibuhan Koichi was indeed a genius with an IQ of 200. He was able to analyze the burly man's ability from simple details and shouted loudly. That's right. The criminal who was caught said proudly. I have applied a magnetic coating on you. If you don't run, you will be squashed by the non-flammable garbage. The burly man said to Sonya Mia and Oki Nogami. At this time, Sonya Mia and Oki Nogami, who saw a pile of garbage flying towards them, immediately turned around and ran. They teleported and disappeared in front of the garbage that was about to hit them. Then the burly man pointed at the ESP restraining handcuff. The handcuffs that were also made of iron immediately popped off, allowing the criminal to regain his freedom. I will let you have a taste of my poison wave. The criminal, who was no longer restrained by the handcuffs, raised his hand and rubbed his wrist that was hurting a little from the handcuff. He grinned at Kibuhan Koichi. Then he quickly grabbed Kibuhan Koichi's head and activated the poison wave in his mouth. Ah! Kibuhan Koichi, who was attacked by the poison wave, immediately screamed. Big brother, are we not going to run now? The burly man who threw the broken car on the road looked at the criminal next to him and asked. Let's wait a little longer. There must be Babel's people blocking the way around. If we run now, we won't be able to escape. It's better to stay here and wait for the queen to come. Then, we can use this thing in my hand to ask the queen to send us out of the encirclement. At the same time, the queen will come with us. That way, when we arrive at Pandora, we can use this merit to rise to the top. The criminal chuckled. Chapter 582. That's a good idea, but if you provoke Akashi Kaoru like this, and you don't have enough strength to fight against her, you will only end up in a tragedy. Itose sneered as he watched the farce from above. Following that, the two brothers did as they had said and waited on the spot. A moment later, a tiny figure suddenly appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it flew above the scene of the incident and slowly landed on the ground. Queen. The moment Akashi Keiru's feet touched the ground, the two criminal brothers holding Kimoto Koichi slowly walked out from behind the overturned SU and called out to Akashi Keiru. Kimoto! You! Akashi Keiru was shocked when she saw Kimoto Koichi's condition, then she angrily stared at the two criminal brothers and roared. The two criminal brothers didn't say anything, but the criminal who had been pressing his palm on Keiben Koichi's head and continuously launching the poison electric wave attack moved his arm. Keiben Koichi, who was unconscious, immediately woke up and screamed in an extremely nervous manner. "Ah, I see the time. It's coming. Something's coming, that's the light of hatred." Kimoto Koichi is broken? Akashi Keiru was shocked when she saw Kimoto Koichi's condition. Human thoughts are just electrical signals in the brain, I'm just messing them up a little. Hearing Akashi Keiru's yell, the criminal brother first snorted a few times, then proudly explained, "But if I want to, I can even completely destroy his personality." "Stop, don't do anything to Kimoto." Akashi Keiru was shocked when she heard this. "That depends on what you do," the criminal brother said. "If you want to save him, then come with us." The criminal brother continued. "Babel and his gang are gradually surrounding us. But if we go with you, it won't be hard to escape. And if we can bring you back, the lieutenant will be very happy," the criminal brother said seriously. Then when Akashi Keiru was shocked by the words lieutenant, he continued. "The goddess of salvation who will guide us espers in the future, as long as I go with you." Akashi Keiru was silent for 2 to 3 seconds, then asked in a low voice, "You will let Kimoto recover?" "I swear. We're all superhumans, so there's no need for us to start a fight," the big criminal promised. "Be big brother," the criminal's underling stuttered. "What's wrong?" asked the criminal. That. The underling turned around and pointed at a 3-story building's billboard. "We have all heard the Tao." As the criminal's gaze shifted, Oki Nogami and Miyazihue immediately appeared in front of everyone. They said, "That's right, we won't hand Xiaoshuan and Mr. Keben over to you." Super electromagnetic lightning. The criminal snorted and unleashed his superpower at Shika Mitsuya. A dark purple lightning bolt shot out from the criminal's hand and shot toward Shiaki Mitsuya. A sinister smile appeared on Miyazihue's face. She suddenly moved the palm she had hidden behind her back to her front. At the same time, a small satellite signal receiver appeared in front of Miyazihue, receiving the attack from the criminal. "Use this Gomzobst antenna to collect the poisonous waves," Miyazihue said in a sinister voice. Just as the criminal's attention was attracted by Miyazihue, Oki Nogami immediately teleported behind the criminal. She used the wire in her hand to send the poisonous waves absorbed by Miyazihue Huina into the criminal's body. "Ah!" The criminal was caught off guard and immediately screamed in pain and fell to the ground. "Now, Keiru." Oki Nogami turned around and shouted at Akashi Keiru. "Telekinesis left hand." The criminal's underling was about to activate his superpower when he heard Oki Nogami's voice. Too slow. However, his speed was too slow compared to Akashi Keiru. Before he could say the name of the superpower, Akashi Keiru's attack had already shot out from her hand and landed on the criminal's underling. Die for me!" Akashi Keiru shouted angrily as she split the telekinetic attack into countless smaller ones. Bam, 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 bam. The criminal's underling was hit by the telekinetic attacks that were as powerful as a human's fist. In the end, he fell to the ground with a pig's head. "Don't say that we're all superpowers. We're different from you and Pandra," Akashi Keiru shouted angrily as she stopped her telekinetic attacks. Clap, 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 clap. At that moment there was a sudden clap. "Indeed, you're different." Seito appeared in the air. He looked at Akashi Keiru and praised. "It's you." Akashi Keiru stared at Seito cautiously. "Don't be so nervous. I'm not here to fight you. Seito slowly landed beside Okinogami. After teleporting back to Akashi Keiru's side, he picked up the criminal's big brother. I'm just here to take these two. Seito walked towards the criminal's underling while holding the criminal's big brother. What are you going to do? Akashi Keiru asked. Of course, I'm going to send them to the Garden of Eden. Seito lifted the criminal's underling with telekinesis and replied. Okay, I should go now. See you next time, Queen, Goddess, and Empress. Seito looked at Akashi Keiru, Okinogami, and Miyazihue who had gathered together. Then, with a flash of his body, he disappeared from the spot along with the two criminals. Kaihan. After Seito disappeared, Akashi Keiru, who had recovered from the strange way Seito addressed them, quickly landed in front of Kaihan Koichi, who had fainted on the ground. Beauty, you've been following me all the way. Do you want to follow me all the way home? Seito, who had left the scene, stopped in the air and waved his hand to put the two criminals into the big prison in the Rubik's Cube world. Well, I can't resist the charm of a young man. As his voice fell, a woman who was only 17 or 18 years old suddenly appeared in the air. She was wearing a pink bathrobe with a big white cherry blossom pattern on it. Her straight legs and soft arms were completely exposed in the air. Her breasts were full and firm, and half of her round flesh could be seen from the slightly open part of the bathrobe. Her gray hair was tied into a slender ponytail behind her head. She looked like she was 17 or 18 years old. She had one hand on her waist and the other on her lower lip. She closed her left eye and acted coquettishly. Since it's like this, why don't we just land on the ground and find a couple's hotel to have an in-depth conversation? Seito crossed one arm in front of his chest and the other hand lightly pinched his chin. He looked at the woman's chest and said frivolously, Okay. The woman said with a face full of smiles. Let's go. Seito said straightforwardly and jumped to the ground. Wait for me. The woman saw this and called out. She used instant transmission to instantly appear beside Seito and reached out to grab his arm. At this moment, a strange spiritual wave suddenly appeared around Seito's brain and invaded his mind. Hey, it's not good to peep into other people's minds. Seito turned his head and looked at the woman beside him with a smile that was not a smile. Aya, I just want to know more about you. The woman didn't show the slightest embarrassment of being exposed in front of others. She just leaned her head on Itosei's shoulder with a shy face and said, Is that so? But why are you in such a hurry? When we get to the hotel, we will meet openly. At that time, you can learn whatever secrets you want. Seito said with a smile as he reached his left hand into the woman's bathrobe. He grabbed her breasts and said while rubbing them, Aya, I hate you. The woman who felt her breasts being touched let out a shy cry and pushed Seito away from her. Very good elasticity. Seito, who was pushed away, gently rubbed the fingers of his left hand and looked at the woman beside him with an ambiguous smile. I am also very satisfied with the elasticity of my breasts. Hearing Seito's words, the woman said with a complacent look on her face as she raised her breasts with her hand. All right then, I'll definitely have a good time playing with them later. Seito smiled, then looked to the side and said, Let's go, there seems to be a hotel over there. Then let's go quickly. Hearing this, the woman reached out and grabbed Seito's arm again. It's just that the moment his arm was held, a feeling of energy loss immediately emerged from the bottom of Itosei's heart. Seeing this, Itosei didn't hesitate at all. He immediately used his mind to seal all the pores on his body surface. The ability to absorb energy is really troublesome. Even if I seal the pores, it can only reduce the speed of energy loss, but it can't completely stop the loss of energy. Seito said as he felt the situation in his body. Then Seito's ki shook and the woman's arm bounced off his arm, then he used instant transmission to create a short distance between them. He looked at the woman and said lightly, Finally can't hold it anymore? You can actually control the speed of energy loss. People like you are really rare. The woman looked at Sei Ito in surprise and said, Tell me, what is your purpose? Sei Ito ignored the woman's surprise and asked directly, How do you know the 3 titles of Queen, Empress, and Goddess? Hearing the question, the woman finally asked with a serious face, So that's why you are here. Sei Ito's face showed a look of realization, then he looked at the woman with disdain and said, Do you think only you know about that kind of prophecy? It is true that we are not the only ones who know about the prophecy, but there is definitely no one like you who should know about it. Who are you? The woman asked in a deep voice. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 583. P.S. Tips from Nikfani, Netizen Xiao, and Nexex. Since you asked so sincerely, I'll be merciful and tell you. Sei Ito said frivolously, To prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect the world's peace, I'm the handsome and cool villain, Sei Ito. Are all the bad guys like this nowadays? After listening to Ito-sei's self-introduction, the woman muttered in a low voice with black lines on her forehead. What about you, woman? Who are you? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. Aya, since you asked so sincerely, I'll be merciful and tell you. The woman put her hands together and pretended to be shy as she imitated Sei Ito's lines and said, To prevent a young girl from being deceived, to protect a young girl's love, I'm the cute and beautiful villain, Reiken Burko. At the end, Reiken Burko opened her hands and put one hand on her waist, while the other hand put her index and middle fingers in front of her eyes like a pair of scissors, making her look very cute. Sei Ito was speechless as he looked at the woman and thought, If I didn't know that she's older than Jing Jie from the Ministry of War, I'd really enjoy this ridiculous performance. Okay, that's enough fooling around. Answer my question, who are you? Reiken Burko put down her arms and asked seriously. I say, if you have the time to care about who I am, why don't you go back and think about how to change the future? If you don't hurry up, everything will be wasted. Sei Ito said. It's because I want to change the future. That's why I can't let you go. Reiken Burko said seriously. Really? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. Then, before Reiken Burko said anything, he continued to ask, Actually, when it comes to changing the future, you have the chance and ability to do it right now. Why don't you do it? Sacrificing a child's life to change the future, if we do such a thing. Ray saw Bu Erzi's expression turn ugly. As expected, your thinking is very rigid. Sei Ito sneered. What do you mean? Reiken Burzi frowned. Killing children is not the only way to change the future. Sei Ito said disdainfully. Then, he reminded them, You are Babel, the one who manages all the superpowers in Japan. Babel has a semi-military organization that can overthrow the current ruling class. As long as you are determined to launch a coup d'état to overthrow the current cabinet and become the ruler of the country, then promote Babel's ideas throughout the country and formulate relevant rules for the relationship between superpowers and ordinary people. In this way, even if there is still an all-out war between ordinary people and superpowers in the future world, after 10 years of reform, the future Japan will become a peaceful land where superpowers and ordinary people can coexist peacefully. Ito Seiji's words were full of temptation. At that time, in order to protect this peaceful land, you will be able to protect it. To protect this place, will the 3 children become the queen, goddess, and empress in the prophecy? Now that you mention it, it does seem like a good idea. Reiken Burzi thought about it seriously. Is that so? It's much better than being prepared to shoot the children. Sei Ito smiled. But why are you telling me this? Reiken Burzi looked at Sei Ito suspiciously and said, What benefits will Babel bring to you if he becomes the ruler of the country? Or do you have some other purpose? I'm just giving you a suggestion. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. I don't expect to get anything from Babel if I really need it. I'll get it with my own power. Seito shrugged. Okay, now that we've met and talked, I'm leaving if there's nothing else. Seito looked at Raken Burzy and used teleport to disappear in front of Raken Burzy. This time, Raken Burzy didn't chase after him. She didn't stop Seito from disappearing in front of her. Oh right. I like your breasts. They feel great. At the last moment before Seito disappeared, a voice suddenly sounded in Raken Burzy's ears. Changing the future. It seems like I can try. Maybe I'll be able to get more power of the world. Seito appeared on top of another building and sat down cross-legged. He then took out the little black orb and closed his eyes to cultivate. When it was midnight, he exited from his cultivation state on time and began to receive calls to join the association. Then, at 1:00 in the morning, he cut off all contact and started to accept the people in the information. This way of accepting people is still a bit slow. Seito frowned as he settled the last person he accepted into the Esper community. Seems like I need to make some changes. After thinking, Seito put away his thoughts and appeared in Jianshan Yuansquan's bedroom. He took off his clothes and climbed into Yuansquan's bed. You're here. Yuansquan was woken up by Seito's actions. She mumbled in a daze and fell asleep again. Okay. Seito hugged Yuansquan, who was under the bed, and responded casually before closing his eyes to rest. When the sky was bright, the two woke up and got out of bed one after another. They walked into the bathroom to wash up. After cleaning up, Yuansquan walked into the kitchen and started to prepare breakfast for the two. Yuansquan, I have something for you, Seito said as he leaned on the door frame and watched Yuansquan cook. What is it? Yuansquan, who was holding a kitchen knife and cutting vegetables on the chopping board, asked without raising her head. It's like this. I set up an Esper community in the suburbs in the southeast part of the city. Although there are guards outside, it's still a bit dangerous. So, I want you to go there and watch when you're free. If there are any Espers causing trouble, you can subdue them and let the guards deal with them. Seito explained. Espers. Those guys who can play with fire and water in TV and anime? Yuansquan stopped what she was doing. She turned her head to look at Seito and asked. Yes, those guys. Seito confirmed with a smile. Are you sure you didn't get it wrong? Yuansquan asked. What do you mean? Seito looked at Yuansquan strangely. I'm Demon Quitting Master. Nothing else. You asked me to deal with wraiths and demons. That's my specialty, but I've never seen Espers before. How do you want me to deal with them? Yuansquan said in a bad mood. What's wrong with that? Seito smiled and said, Espers are also people. At most, they have some strange powers. Moreover, most of the people who are assigned to the Esper community are honest people. Even if there are a few troublemakers, they don't have as much combat experience as you. You're more than enough to deal with them. As for the strange powers they have, just treat them as some kind of magic. It's not difficult for you to deal with them. Even if it's difficult, don't you still have Lion King? If you put it that way, then it's not a problem, Yuansquan said. Then, the two of them talked about other things. It wasn't until Yuansquan finished preparing breakfast that they brought the food to the living room. They sat at the dining table and started eating. Take this. It can prove your identity. At the same time, it gives you the right to mobilize the surrounding guards. After the meal, Seito threw a magnetic card in front of Yuansquan and said. Yuansquan picked up the magnetic card on the table. After casually flipping through it twice, she put it into the pocket of her orange cropped pant. All right. I'm leaving. Seito stood up from his seat and walked to Yuansquan's side. He reached out and hugged her waist. He lowered his head and kissed Yuansquan's lip. Then, his figure flashed. Then, he disappeared from Yuan Squan's room. Those people from Babel must have gone to see Ray and Fuerzi today. If that's the case, I'll invade Babel again, Sei Ito thought to himself as he reappeared in the absolutely pitiful world. Then, he leaped into the sky. He flew toward the Babel headquarters at high speed. It didn't take long for Sei Ito to arrive outside the Babel headquarters. Then, he activated his hypnosis ability and swaggered into the Babel headquarters through the door. Nagako, did you see anyone go over there just now? Just as Sei Ito passed by the front desk and walked inside through the side passage, the short-haired woman Kotohoshi, who was chatting at the front desk, asked Nagako Tohoshi, who was next to her. No, why? Nagako Tohoshi asked in confusion. I just felt like someone went in, Kotohoshi said. On the other side, Sei Ito, who entered the building, went straight to the staff elevator. As he took the elevator upstairs, he carefully contacted the staff in the elevator. He used his contact ability to spy on the layout of the Babel headquarters in their minds. After carefully probing for 3 to 4 minutes, Sei Ito finally found the core control room of Babel and took the elevator there. Swoosh! The thick elevator doors quickly opened on both sides. The room was more than 200 square meters in size and more than 10 meters tall. There were several laser optical screens on the wall in front of him that were constantly changing. In the middle of the platform, there were 6 female staff in Babel uniforms sitting in front of the equipment in a semicircle. They were operating the equipment. In the center of the platform, the director's seat was slightly higher. Sei Ito could see the core control room in front of him. Fortunately, other than the 6 female staff, there are no other people with superpowers here. This saves me some trouble. Sei Ito, who was maintaining his hypnosis ability, walked to the director's seat and sat down while operating the computer in front of him. Tisk. Looking at the password prompt that popped up on the screen, Sei Ito raised his eyebrows slightly and clicked his tongue. He then activated his electromagnetic control ability to hack into the computer and used his superpower to crack the computer's password. After all, it was an extraordinary ability. Even if he didn't know the computer's program samples and loopholes, he could still crack the password in a very short time and enter the system. There are quite a lot of people here. After cracking the password, Sei Ito took out a blank CD and inserted it into the CD drive beside him. He then pulled up the list of people with superpowers recorded in Babel's database and pressed the record button. While he was recording the list, Sei Ito pulled up the list of people with superpowers who hadn't awakened, the list of people with superpowers in Babel, and the research data of superpowers in Babel's database. I hope I'm in a hurry. Sei Ito looked at the size of the file displayed on the computer and secretly hoped. BZZT 20 minutes later, with a soft sound, the CD he had inserted earlier automatically ejected from the CD drive. Upon seeing this, Sei Ito hurriedly removed the slightly hot CD and put it away. He then took out another CD and inserted it into the CD drive. After 2.5 hours, he finally copied all the important documents in Babel's database, such as the list of superpower users, the list of potential awakened ones, the list of current superpower users, the list of superpower users, the superpower research data, the superpower medical examination reports, and so on. Sei Ito then put away the last disk and took the elevator out of the core control room. Ding! With a soft sound, the elevator door slowly opened to both sides. Then, the director Tonghu Tezen, the beautiful secretary Kashiwa Takamitsu, the on-site commanding director Kimoto Koichi, Ryumi Fujiko, Akashi Keru, Oki Nogami, and Miya Zihue appeared at the elevator door. They didn't expect to bump into each other under such circumstances. After a while, Sei Ito regained his senses and used teleportation to disappear in front of them. Ryumi Fujiko also regained her senses and used teleportation to chase after Han Xiao. In the sky outside of Babel's headquarters, Ryumi Fujiko looked at Seito and said in a deep voice, "You're quite brave. How dare you invade Babel's headquarters? You can only blame Babel's defense for having too many loopholes." Seito shrugged. "Tell me, why did you invade Babel's headquarters?" Ryumi Fujiko shouted. "Nothing, I'm just here to take a look." Seito tried to explain. "Humph, if you don't want to tell me, I'll beat you until you do." Ryumi Fujiko snorted and waved her hand. A few transparent wind blades immediately flew out from her hand and flew towards Seito at high speed. If a woman gets angry too easily, her skin will age. Ito-sei raised his hand to form a defensive barrier in front of him, blocking the wind blades that were flying towards him, and said with a teasing smile, "It's okay. As long as I suck you dry, my skin won't have any problems." Ryumi Fujiko used teleportation and appeared behind Seito. As she spoke, she used her telekinesis-enhanced leg to attack Seito. Chapter 584. An orange-red ray of light slashed down, and Seito, who was standing in front of Reiken Furiko, was sliced in half from top to bottom. Seito appeared behind Reiken Furiko and pressed her back with one hand as he chuckled, "You want to suck me? Wait until you've caught me first." Crackle, 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 crackle. Several blue and white lightning bolts shot out from Seito's palm and instantly covered Reiken Furiko's body. "Ah!" Reiken Furiko screamed in pain as her body fell to the ground. "Granny!" At this moment, Kaori Akashi's voice was heard. "You asshole!" Akashi Kaoru cursed, and a thick beam of telekinesis shot out from the top of Ebabel's headquarters, rushing towards Ito-sei's body. Boom! A loud explosion sounded in midair, and a large amount of energy smoke came out from the explosion, covering Seito's location. This is the bad thing about the espers in this world. They explode when they get emotional. So annoying. In the smoke, Seito shook his numb hand and frowned. Whoosh! The next moment, a whistling sound suddenly sounded in Seito's ears, and a black shadow crashed into Seito's body. Seito frowned, and his hand was immediately covered with telekinetic energy. He grabbed the end of the black shadow, turned around, and threw it at the top of the Babel headquarters. In the blink of an eye, a bang! A huge crater appeared on the ground at the top of Babel's headquarters. Reiken Furiko's body appeared in the crater, and she struggled to stand up with a painful expression. Telekinetic, one-hit kill. Akashi Kaoru's voice sounded again. Then, Akashi Kaoru, who was wrapped in telekinetic light, raised her arm and charged towards Seito's abdomen like Superman. Seito smiled and immediately covered his entire abdomen with psychokinesis. Bang! At the same time, Kaori Akashi's fist landed on Seito's abdomen. At this time, Seito's abdomen suddenly pulled back and sucked in Kaori Akashi's small fist. Seito then reached out and grabbed Kaori Akashi's arm that was about to hit his abdomen. Seito then threw Kaori Akashi towards Okinogami and Miyazihue. "Shao Sun!" Kue Nogami called out anxiously. He immediately teleported Akashi Kaoru to his side, removing her from danger. "Little girl, this is not a battle you should be participating in." The moment Kaori Akashi was saved, Seito waved his hand and released a lightning bolt in front of Okinogami, Miyazihue, and Kaori Akashi. He stopped Kaori Akashi, who was still preparing to fight, and said, "Furiko, are you sure you want to continue fighting with me? You should know that if you don't prepare to sacrifice yourself, you can't win against me." Seito turned his head and looked at Reiko Furiko. "Manager, it's ready." At this moment, a voice rang out. At this time, Koichi Tashimoto, who was standing on the side, suddenly shouted, "Is that what you're talking about?" Seito, who heard Koichi Tashimoto's words, turned his head and looked at the opening door and the military helicopter that was quickly rising from it. That thing is too slow, Seito said as he flipped his hand and a small steel ball appeared in his hand. He lightly tossed it into the air, and then bent his finger to hit the surface of the steel ball that was quickly falling down. Then, an orange light beam quickly pierced through the sky and bombarded the helicopter's propeller in the blink of an eye. Boom! An explosion instantly sounded. A large cloud of smoke and a distorted propeller immediately rose from the top of the helicopter and spun to the side before falling down. Seito didn't stop there as he tossed 2 more steel balls into the air and did the same thing to the other 2 doors that weren't fully opened yet. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions sounded one after the other. The 2 doors that were only half opened were immediately distorted by the bombardment. It was stuck in its original position, sealing the helicopter that was parked inside. Today's trip to Babel was very enjoyable. See you next time. Seito looked at Reiko, who was staring at him but didn't do anything. He chuckled and teleported away from Babel. Manager Koichi Tashimoto, who saw Seito leave, quickly ran to Reiko and called out, "Manager. I'm injured. I really need energy. Koichi Tashimoto, please sacrifice yourself." Reiko's expression changed when she heard Reiko's call. She quickly reached out and hugged Koichi Tashimoto's neck. She smiled playfully and was about to kiss Koichi Tashimoto to suck his energy. "Stop it, you stinky old woman." Akashi Keiru immediately activated her telekinesis and rushed forward to stop Reiken Fujiko. "What's wrong with that?" Reiko said as she tried to kiss Koichi Tashimoto. "No means no," Okinogami, who teleported next to them, also shouted. "If you want to kiss him, kiss Dr. Kenmu. Don't kiss Koichi Tashimoto." Shika Mitsuya quickly stopped her. Just like that, Seito's invasion of Babel was temporarily put aside due to Reiko's nonsense. As for what happened after that, it had nothing to do with Seito. After leaving Babel, Seito casually found a decent hotel and checked in. "Come and help me." Ito-sei, who summoned Erika to his side, flipped his hand and conjured a quantum computer to put on the table. Then, he took out the CD he copied from Babel and put it into the CD drive. "Help me design a program so that it can send a message to everyone recorded on this CD at the same time. Is that okay?" "Sure." Erika, who understood Seito's intention, nodded in response. Then, she walked to the quantum computer and sat down. She placed her hands on the keyboard and quickly operated it. Erika's fingers danced quickly on the quantum computer's keyboard like phantoms. A series of crisp, crackling sounds immediately sounded in the room. "It's done." After more than half an hour, Erika, who pressed the last key, said, "Is that so?" Upon hearing that, Seito walked behind Erika and put a hand on her shoulder. "Then help me send a message. Write that if you wish to join the Garden of Eden and are willing to live in the Garden of Eden City, bring your luggage and friends who are going with you. Gather at the south of the Golden Pavilion Temple in the capital at midnight on the X day of X month in 7 days. Don't you need to change it?" Erika, who had finished inputting the message, asked. "No, just send it like this," Seito confirmed. "Okay." Erika agreed and pressed the enter key. At this moment, there was a series of ZZ sound of the disk being read. A loading bar immediately popped up on the screen of the quantum computer. After the bar was completely filled with red bars, the message was sent. "Thank you." Seito lowered his head and kissed Erika's lip. After a deep kiss, he thanked her with a smile. "Is there anything else?" Erika, who was a little out of breath, rolled her eyes at Seito and asked. "No, I'll send you back right now." Seito pressed the screen of the quantum computer back into the computer with a smile. Then, with a thought, he sent the quantum computer and Erika back to the Rubik's Cube world together. 7 days. Let me challenge myself. Seito walked to the window and looked at the people outside the hotel. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room. in the Zhongwa country of the absolute pitiful world. Fortunately, except for the country names and the weird technology tree in this world, the city names and buildings are the same as in the main world. It's a lot more convenient for me, Saito thought to himself as he stood in front of Tiananmen Square in the absolute pitiful world. Then, Saito turned around and came directly to the camp of the National Flag Squad. He activated his hypnosis ability to invade the camp and found the manager of the camp. Then, he used his contact ability to find the address of the guard company's camp. Then, he erased the manager's memory and activated psychokinesis to fly toward the guard company's camp. It's the guard company after all. They really do have ECM facilities. Saito, who slowly landed in a secret area near the guard company's camp, felt the electronic pulse interference in the space and thought to himself. Then, Saito flipped his hand and summoned a portable ECCM band. He activated his ability to invade the interior of the guard company and found the person in charge through his contact ability. Then, he also used his contact ability to know the location of the inner palace. After that, Saito did not stay idle. He activated his superpower and rushed toward the inner palace at high speed. Bang! The moment Saito broke into the inner palace with the ECCM, a faint muffled sound suddenly rang out. Then, the ECCM core in Saito's hand spontaneously exploded into pieces. Then, an extremely powerful electronic pulse interference appeared around Saito. Looks like it's a bit dangerous, Saito thought to himself when he realized that his superpower was restricted. However, since he was already in the inner palace, he was unwilling to just give up and go back. Moreover, he was not a normal superpower user. Without his superpower, he would not be able to survive in this world. Therefore, Saito made up his mind and used the assassination footwork to sneak toward the core room. Looks like because of the existence of superpower users in this world, the original hidden sentries and open sentries have decreased a lot. While sneaking, Saito noticed that there were very few guards around him. This was really not the style of the inner palace. But it makes sense. A single high-energy superpower user is enough to take on a whole group of guard. As long as that superpower user does not betray the inner palace and the ECM is not broken, a few superpower users would be dead in here. Just like that, Saito let his imagination run wild as he moved carefully. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, he sneaked outside the core room. Then, Saito pressed his hand against the wall and silently activated his disintegration technique. He broke a hole in the wall and slipped into the room. Chapter 585. Unfortunately, although the place where Saito broke the wall was a normal place, the guard in the room happened to be there. Therefore, the moment the wall was broken, the guard immediately reacted. "Who is it?" the guard shouted loudly. It was a warning to the people outside, and also to remind the elder inside to be careful and leave through the secret passage as soon as possible. "Unlucky," Saito muttered softly. Then, with a swing of his hand, he threw a book as thick as an English-Chinese dictionary out of the hole. Then, with a tap of his foot, he instantly appeared in front of the guard and threw a punch. When the guard saw this, he immediately leaned back and dodged Saito's attack. At the same time, he threw out several metal pieces the size of a fingernail. Then, as if the metal pieces were alive, they spun at high speed and flew towards Saito from all directions. Metal control? Saito opened the pores on the surface of his body. His ki gushed out from the pores all over his body, forming a strong wind that blew away the thin metal pieces. Then, with a wave of his arm, a wooden stick about 1.7 meters long appeared in Saito's hand. He swung it at the guard's body. Seeing this, the guard hurriedly rolled a few times to escape the attack range of the stick. Then, He stood up from the ground and focused most of his attention on controlling the metal pieces to attack. At the same time, he continued to use his hands to touch his body, throwing out the small metal pieces hidden in various places to increase his attack power. In just a short while, Sei-Ito's body was densely covered with more than 50 fingernail-sized, pitch-black metal pieces that did not reflect light. How sinister! These metal pieces are absolutely heaven-defying when used for assassination at night. Sei-Ito flipped the stick in his hand into a circle, protecting his body from the metal pieces. He sighed inwardly as he looked at the metal pieces around him. Then, Sei-Ito suddenly slammed the stick on the ground. With a soft bang, the stick was like a withered tree in spring. A large number of tender branches immediately grew from the surface of the stick. They extended at an extremely fast speed, forming a spiral of wood that surrounded Sei-Ito. Although Sei-Ito was surrounded, the metal pieces did not stop attacking. They hit the surface of the branches again and again. Slender white marks were left on the surface of the branches. However, the branches were not for nothing. After wrapping around Sei-Ito, they continued to grow and soon formed a wall of branches, dividing the room into two halves with him as the center. The metal pieces that had been attacking Sei-Ito were also blocked on the other side by the wall of branches. At this time, the surface of the wall of branches on the side facing the guard suddenly moved, and then Sei-Ito's face gradually appeared on the wall of branches, and he slowly came out of the wall of branches. Although the guard also shot Sei-Ito with his pistol during this process, he was blocked by the branches. However, they were all blocked by the branches around his body and did not cause the slightest bit of damage. "How many small metal pieces do you have?" Sei-Ito, who got out of the wall, looked at the guard opposite him and asked with a chuckle. After that, without waiting for the guard to answer, he waved his hand and a pile of paper appeared in front of him. He let the paper shurikens turn into shurikens in front of him and controlled them to fly toward the guard. Telekinesis. Looking at the shurikens flying toward him, the guard immediately opened his hands and shouted. Then a telekinesis barrier appeared in front of him, blocking the attack of the shurikens. Seeing this, Sei-Ito smiled slightly and waved his hand again to create a pile of paper. Some of them still turned into shurikens and attacked the guard, while the other part combined into a large paper crane. Falling outside the telekinesis barrier, the paper beak was like an all-attacking a point on the telekinesis barrier rapidly. Gotcha! After a moment, a crisp sound was heard. Under the attack of the paper cranes, a hole suddenly appeared in the telekinetic barrier. Then, the chaotic energy of the telekinetic barrier suddenly exploded, allowing the paper shurikens to pierce the guard's body from head to toe. "Ah!" The guard screamed, his eyes were wide open, and he lost his breath. Although it's a synthetic ability, such a good experimental material can't be wasted. Sei-Ito slowly walked in front of the guard and waved his hand to put him into the Rubik's Cube world. Then he spread out his spirit power and carefully searched the room. Found it! Soon, Sei-Ito found a secret passage blocked by an alloy door behind the bookshelf behind the room owner's office. Then Sei-Ito quickly walked in front of the bookshelf and violently destroyed the wall behind the bookshelf. He reached out and placed his hand on the alloy door and began to analyze it. While Sei-Ito was analyzing, the guards outside were still using pistols, water streams, and torches to attack the square-shaped barrier formed by the thick books that Sei-Ito threw outside before he entered the room. Crash! 10 seconds later, with the sound of soil falling to the ground, a gap finally appeared in the alloy door in front of Sei-Ito. Then Sei-Ito ducked into the alloy door and walked along the passage. The person who designed this passage was very smart. At the beginning of the design, they thought that the alloy door might be broken, so not only did they install ECM devices around the passage to fight against espers, they also installed a large number of mechanisms that could easily kill normal people and espers who had lost their espers. However, these would at most slow down Seito's progress slightly. As for killing Seito, it was no different from a dream. Fork. After a moment, Seito passed through several layers of obstacles and stopped in front of a fork. When Ito Seinari saw this, he turned his palm and directly took out several portable ECCM devices. When the electronic pulse of the ECM interfered with it, he quickly put his hand on the wall and launched his contact sensing ability to check the correct path. A few seconds later, Seito opened his eyes and put away the ECM devices that were slightly hot. He ran along the middle passage at high speed. When he was halfway there, he suddenly stopped and turned around to press his hand on the wall beside him. He activated Decomposition Refinement to break open the wall and walked along the new passage that appeared behind the wall. After another few seconds of walking, Seito stopped again and turned around to activate Decomposition Refinement against the wall beside him. This is the elevator that leads to the top? Seito stepped into the elevator without the metal door and summoned several ECM devices again. He activated his ability to sense the activation code and started the elevator to the surface. Very quickly, in just 3 to 4 seconds, the elevator arrived at the surface. It was a very landscaped building with a rock garden beside a river. What the F***ck, they even put ECM in a place like this. Aren't they afraid of ruining the overall aesthetic effect of the environment? Seito curled his lips as he could still feel the electronic pulses in the air. Then, he continued to summon several ECM devices and activated his ability to sense the person's whereabouts. Finally, the last place. If you run again, I won't chase you. It's too troublesome, Seito thought as he put away the ECM and rushed toward his destination. Stop, if you go any further, you'll die. Just as Seito was about to reach his destination, a man and a woman suddenly appeared in front of him and yelled, "Teleportation! It seems that the electronic pulses here have blocked their psychic wave," Seito thought as he looked at the way the two suddenly appeared. But this is not the study room full of confidential documents. I won't go easy on you. Thinking of this, a sneer suddenly appeared on Itosei's face. He turned his hand and several special kunai appeared in his hand. He threw them at the two of them. "You're looking for death." The male Esper saw that Seito still dared to resist. He immediately activated his psychic power and knocked away the special kunai in front of him. Then, he fired a beam of light at Seito. On the other hand, the other Seito was much simpler. She directly teleported to dodge the attack of the special kunai. Then, she teleported to Seito's ankles and grabbed at Seito's ankles. Seeing the opponent's attack coming, Itosei immediately jumped to the side, not only avoiding the impact of psychokinesis, but also avoiding the woman's hands. Then he flicked his hand, and a line of fire was thrown by Itosei to the teleportation ability user. Boom! In the next second, a violent explosion suddenly sounded, and a large flame fiercely rose from the place where the teleportation ability user was originally standing. "How can you still use your powers?" The female Esper who appeared on the other side frowned and said, "Since he can follow us here, it means that there is a traitor in our ranks. Changing the frequency of the ECM to block his psychic attack is too easy. Naturally, he can use his superpower here." The male Esper speculated while attacking Seito with his psychic attack. "There is a traitor in our ranks." The female Esper frowned and said, "That's why we need to capture him alive. We need to find the traitor through his mouth." The male Esper said, "I understand." The female Esper replied with a serious face, "Water release, great waterfall technique." At this time, Itosei, who jumped into the artificial lake to avoid the telekinesis attack, launched a water release ninjutsu underwater, and then a large whirlpool of water appeared above the surface of the water, and the water in the lake rushed toward the man and woman. "It's a compound Esper," the female Esper whispered. Ha! Seeing the water coming at him, the male Esper immediately raised his hands in front of him, and with a low roar, he activated a large telekinetic barrier, blocking the water that was rushing at him. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Itosei, who came out of the water, immediately used Flying Thunder God Jutsu and suddenly appeared beside the male Esper. Then he used Body Flicker Jutsu and rushed to his side, waving his hand to chop the male Esper's neck. Chapter 586. P.S. Thank you to Snow Phoenix Perching for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to 1577478860 for your tip. Be careful, cursor. The female Esper suddenly sensed the anomaly in space and turned to look at the anomaly. Her pupils shrunk as she shouted. At the same time, she aimed her hand at Sei Ito and teleported. Itosei turned his head and looked at the female Esper. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Then, there was a loud explosion. Itosei's body suddenly exploded, and a powerful energy impact bombarded the male Esper before he could teleport. Wah! Caught completely off guard, the male Esper spat out a mouthful of blood and took a step forward dizzily. However, the moment he took that step, the psychic barrier under the male Esper's mental control shuddered violently. Then, in the next moment, it was shattered by the water release. Grand waterfall, drowning in the torrent. Cursor! The female Esper screamed in panic. Instead of worrying about others, you should be more worried about yourself. Seito, who was standing on the water, sneered. He threw out 3 shurikens at the female Esper. Damn it! The female Esper cursed and teleported away. She reappeared in the sky above Seito. She held a special handgun and aimed at Seito and pulled the trigger. The moment the bullet was fired, a strange light barrier the size of a coin appeared in front of the muzzle of the gun. Then, the bullet went into the light barrier. It flew out of a small light barrier less than 2 centimeters behind Seito's neck and flew towards Seito. Itosei's heart was beating wildly when the female superpower user fired the gun, so he didn't think about it and activated water release. Water cut. The moment the bullet flew out, he glided out of the water at high speed and dodged the bullet. Teleportation espers are so annoying, Seito thought. But even though he was annoyed, Seito didn't stop. He continued to use water cut to quickly glide on the water and dodge the female esper's attack. At the same time, he took out a handful of small pieces of paper and used the power of paper release to strengthen them. He threw them out. The pieces of paper then flew without any wind, like a colorful ribbon, shooting towards the female Esper who was hovering in the air by continuously casting teleportation in the same spot. Seeing the incoming attack, the female Esper flashed and disappeared from her original spot, reappearing in midair in another location. Seeing this, Itosei smiled secretly. He waved his hands again and again, and a large number of small pieces of bright paper lined up into colorful ribbons one after another. The ribbons flew towards the female Esper like tentacles. However, at this moment, a big bubble suddenly appeared on the calm water surface, and then a telekinetic attack flew toward Itosei, who was gliding quickly on the water surface. Water release. Flash water. Seito squinted his eyes when he saw the telekinetic beam. He immediately unleashed his energy and switched from water to flash water. Then Seito's body flashed and disappeared from the telekinetic attack. He reappeared in another spot on the water surface. Splash! Seeing that his attack had failed, the male Esper stopped hiding and leaped out of the water. He hovered in midair and aimed at the surface of the water below and released his psychokinesis. Then, the surface of the water seemed to be held in place by an invisible hand. It fiercely flew up from the ground and twisted to wrap Itosei in it and drown him. Seito's body flashed again. Once again, he used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to get out of the huge water ball that had already been twisted, and appeared next to a special kunai. Explode. At this moment, Sei Ito's mind changed. The ribbons that were chasing after the female Esper suddenly started to circle around her. Then, as if something exploded from the ribbons, all the ribbons exploded. They floated in the air, and became impurities that affected the ability to teleport. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Then Sei Ito formed a hand seal in front of him, and started to chant to the female Esper. Whoosh! A huge blazing fireball with a width of 5 to 6 meters and an attack range of 7 to 8 meters suddenly appeared in front of the female teleportation ability user. Under the gaze of her pale face, the fireball burned towards her. Ru Shui. Seeing this, the male Esper shouted and gave up on attacking Ito-sei. Instead, he used his psychokinesis to form a barrier in front of the female Esper. Boom! The sound of a powerful TNT bomb exploding resounded in the air, and the fiery cloud immediately enveloped the pair of Espers. Humph! Sei Ito snorted and took out a special kunai and threw it into the air. Then, his body flashed and appeared beside the female Esper. Before she could react, he grabbed her left upper arm and activated lightning release. Crackle, crackle. A series of soft crackling sounds could be heard, as the blue and white lightning instantly covered the female Esper's entire body. F. Bang. Her body landed heavily on the muddy ground that was soaked by the water. The female Esper spat out a mouthful of blood and slumped to the ground. Ru Shui. The male Esper, who used his telekinetic energy to push away the fire dragon and threw the water ball back into the artificial lake, shouted in concern. He turned around and looked at Sei Ito, who was still in the air. With the help of telekinetic energy, he appeared in front of Sei Ito and kicked at Sei Ito's body. Ito-sei didn't try to fight back. He directly used Flying Thunder God and landed on the ground. Then, he used Body Flicker again and rushed to the side of the female Esper. He reached out his hand and grabbed her. Ru Shui. The male Esper, who was about to attack, stopped and frowned as he called out in a deep voice. Cursor. Don't worry about me, just attack. Ru Shui said weakly with blood dripping from her mouth. Ru Shui. The male superhuman called Guang Biao said with a pained expression. Hurry! Ru Shui said. Ru Shui used her will to control her body that was still paralyzed and grabbed Sei Ito's arm. Her face was red as she looked at Cursor and shouted. Okay. Cursor knew that he couldn't hesitate anymore. He immediately used his strongest telekinetic attack on Sei Ito and Ru Shui. Boom! With a loud sound, a strong light rose from the ground like a small sun. After a moment, the light disappeared. Ru Shui's face was pale, her eyes were closed, but her arms were still holding Ito-sei tightly. She was coughing up blood, and her clothes were severely damaged. Ito-sei, who had been lying on the ground, appeared on the ground. Ru Shui. Seeing this, Guang Biao quickly descended and squatted down beside Ru Shui and Ito-sei. He anxiously reached out and pressed Ru Shui's neck to check her condition. However, at this moment, a tree suddenly broke out from the ground behind Cursor and grew rapidly. Branches quickly wrapped around Cursor, who had just become alert but was not in time to defend herself, trapping her to the tree. Then Sei Ito's figure appeared from the tree and pressed his hand on Cursor's head. Illusion Richidu. Crackle. There was still a flash of lightning, and Guang Biao's body was immediately covered with a large amount of lightning. Then, with a scream, his body twitched and he fainted. Crack. At this moment, the entire space cracked, and then, like an illusion, it gradually disappeared into nothingness. The original space was revealed again. He saw that Ito-sei and Ru-yuki, who had fallen to the ground, had turned into two piles of broken soil scattered on the ground, while the real Ru-yuki was lying there with a pale face, powerless. Psychokinesis really is an all-purpose ability. It's so troublesome to deal with. Sei Ito bent down and picked up Cursor, who had fainted on the ground. He then slowly walked to Rushue's side. As her pupils shrank, he smiled and waved his hand to chop her neck. Then, together with the unconscious cursor in his hand, they were put into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, Seito used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to put away all the special kunai that were thrown out. He then rushed to the courtyard house not far away without stopping. Although there were still interceptions on the way back, they were all ordinary guards with guns. It didn't take much effort for Itosei to kill them on the spot with his paper shuriken. After that, without any obstruction, Seito successfully invaded the room and found the old man who was sitting in the room reading a book calmly. "Can you tell me why?" Looking at Seito, who walked into the room, the old man put down the book in his hand and asked softly, "Because only by controlling you can my matter be carried out smoothly." Seito walked toward the old man and explained in a low voice, "Then can you tell me what you want to do?" The old man nodded and asked again, "You will know this later." Seito, who had already walked in front of the old man, reached out and touched his forehead and said softly. Then, without waiting for the old man to ask, he used his mental power to invade the old man's mind and hypnotize him. "Hugh!" After a while, Seito let out a soft cry, put down his arm, and retracted his mental power. Then, the expression of the old man, whose eyes had become dull when he was invaded by his spiritual power, stirred, and he regained his senses. "You can ask someone to remove the alarm. Just say that the enemy has been killed by your superpower guard cursor." Seito activated his transformation technique and turned into the cursor. "I understand." The old man nodded, then got up from his seat, walked to the phone on the side, and dialed a special number to contact the person in charge of the Imperial Guard Company. "It's me. Remove the alarm. The enemy has been killed by the cursor," the old man said with a dignified expression. "Oh." The old man hung up the phone. "The alarm can be removed, but what about the so-called corpse? According to the established procedure, this corpse must be handed over to the guard company, and then let the person in the company who has contact with sensory abilities look for clues." The old man looked at Seito, who turned into a cursor, and said, "Is there a hypnotist in the guard company? What's the power level?" Seito narrowed his eyes and asked. "Yes, the power level seems to be LV6. The old man thought for a moment and said, "Then where is the control room of the ECM facility?" Seito asked again. "Underground at XXX Place," the old man said. "I see." Seito nodded and said, then took out a small black ball and threw it to the old man. "Take this. I'm going to take care of the aftermath. I'll come back later." "Okay." The old man reached out and took the small black ball. Seito nodded, turned around, and walked out of the courtyard house. He flashed into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared next to the real cursor. He activated his sensory ability to check the details of the guard company and the ECM facilities control room. After a moment, he straightened up and returned to the absolutely pitiful world. Following the address provided by the old man and the cursor's memory, he came to the ECM facilities control room. "Comrade Cursor." A staff member stood up and saluted when he heard the sound of the door opening. Seito also returned the salute and did not say anything. Then, followed by the staff member, he slowly walked to the control panel and checked the status of the instrument. "Mr. Cursor, is there something you need this time?" the staff member asked with a puzzled expression. "Yes, there is." Seito turned around and looked at the staff member. Then, without waiting for the staff member to respond, he waved his hand and chopped the staff member's neck, knocking him out. Plop! The staff member who fainted fell to the ground. This is the so-called darkness under the light. In such a large control room, there is only one person on duty. Seito thought. Then, with a thought, he activated Shadow Clone technique and made a Shadow Clone run to another room in the control room to operate the instrument. Meanwhile, He walked into the room and sat on the only chair inside. He reached out and took a metal hat with several data pipes on the surface and put it on his head. "Are you ready?" the shadow clone asked Seito in the room. "Okay, let's begin." Seito made an OK gesture toward the glass. Seeing this, the shadow clone pressed a green button in front of it and activated the instrument to record Seito's psychic wave information. After more than 10 minutes, the shadow clone made sure that it had recorded Seito's psychic wave information and turned off the instrument. It raised its hand and made an OK gesture to Seito while lowering its head to add the recorded psychic wave information to the ECM instrument's blocking list. "How is it?" Seito asked as he walked out of the room. "It's done. I'm now cleaning up all traces of your psychic wave information and the instrument's usage," the shadow clone replied. Beep. As soon as the shadow clone finished speaking, a soft buzzing sound came from the instrument. "It's done." The shadow clone smiled when it heard the buzzing sound. "Thank you for your hard work." Seito smiled and waved his hand to pat the shadow clone's arm. The shadow clone smiled and naturally exploded into a pile of smoke and disappeared from the room. Chapter 587. This is much more convenient, Seito chuckled as he gathered a small light ball at the tip of his finger. Then Seito walked back to the staff member who fainted and woke him up. The moment the staff member regained consciousness, Seito activated his hypnosis ability to invade his brain and erased his memory of being attacked. "Are you okay?" Seito asked the staff member in front of him as he retracted his hypnosis ability. "I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Guangbiao." The staff member stood up from the ground with the help of Seito's hand and thanked him with a smile. "It's nothing, we're all revolutionary comrades," Seito said as he retracted his hand. "Yes, we're all revolutionary comrades," the staff member replied with a smile. "Okay, the matter is done, I'll leave first." Seito raised his hand and saluted the staff member. "Okay." The staff member also saluted back and then walked him to the door of the control room and said, "Take care." Seito waved at the staff member and quickly moved to the location of the guard company. It didn't take long for him to arrive at another guard company's camp at the edge of the inner city. "Chen Guangbiao, why did you come back so late?" As soon as he walked through the door of the barracks, a middle-aged man in his 30s yelled at Seito. Then he frowned and asked again, "Where's Lu Rushua? Where's the assassin's body?" "Rushua sacrificed herself." Seito's expression darkened and said with a sad face, "The assassin's body, I temporarily left it at the place where he was killed." After hearing Seito's words, the middle-aged man immediately frowned. But he didn't reprimand him, instead, he turned and walked to another door and said, "Come in and report the situation." "Yes," Seito responded. Then, he followed behind the middle-aged man and walked into the house. In the room, other than the middle-aged man who had walked in before him, there was another middle-aged man with a fair complexion who looked to be in his 40s. There were also two young men who looked to be around 27 or 28 years old with solemn expressions who had obvious military characteristics. "Tell me." The middle-aged man walked to the main seat and sat down. He looked at Seito, who was standing in the middle of the room. "Yes, sir." Seito stood at attention and replied loudly. "Then," he said loudly, "it's like this." As soon as he finished his sentence, Seito immediately used his hypnosis ability on everyone in the room. He silently controlled their senses and started to fabricate false information. That's the whole story. After a while, Ito-sei finished inputting the fake information and said it in a serious tone. After Seito stopped, the middle-aged man in his 40s frowned and asked, "You suspect that there's a traitor among us?" "Yes," Seito replied. "Do you have any evidence?" The middle-aged man continued to ask. "I don't." The middle-aged man nodded. He didn't ask any more questions. Okay, you go find little Wang and take him to the scene, the middle-aged man on the main seat ordered. Yes, sir. Seito responded, then turned around and walked out of the room. He walked slowly to a soldier and stopped him. Have you seen little Wang? At the same time, he immediately activated his contact sensing ability and recorded little Wang's appearance from the soldier's thoughts. He's in the equipment room. The soldier pointed to the equipment room and said, Thank you. Seito patted the soldier's arm and thanked him before he walked to the equipment room. Little Wang, let's go to the scene. Seito pushed the door open and walked into the equipment room without hesitation. There was a man in the room who was around 24 or 25 years old. The thin soldier greeted him. Okay, the soldier quickly responded and then picked up the aluminum alloy suitcase on the table. He walked out of the equipment room with Seito, left the guard company's barracks, and headed to the scene of the incident. On the way, Seito quietly activated his hypnosis ability to affect little Wang's senses. This is the body, right? Little Wang pointed to the empty ground and asked after they arrived at the scene of the incident. Yes, this is the body, Seito confirmed. Little Wang nodded and walked to the body he thought it was and squatted down. He reached out to touch the body and activated his contact sensing ability. How is it? After a while, Seito asked little Wang, who stood up. No, other than the scene of your battle, I didn't find any other information. Little Wang shook his head. Then what should we do? Seito asked with a frown. There's no other way. We can only bring the body back to the company and dissect it to look for other clues, little Wang said. Looks like that's the only way. Seito nodded and then patted little Wang's shoulder. Go do what you need to do. I still have to protect the chief. I'll leave first. Brother Chen, go quickly. The chief's matter is important, little Wang smiled. Okay, I'll leave first, Seito replied with a smile and turned to the location of the signal from the little black ball. After a while, Seito arrived at the location of the little black ball and asked the secretary and guard at the door, Is there anyone else in there? No one, the secretary replied. Seito nodded and pushed the door open. Bang! After he walked in, the secretary at the door closed the door for Seito. 2 things. First, get your men to give me a list of all the awakened espers who haven't joined the government, as well as the information of all the esper orphans, as well as all the research you've done on espers. Second, immediately gather all the leaders for a meeting, Seito said to the old man telepathically. The old man nodded and called out, Little Zhang. Chief, you were looking for me? The next moment, the secretary pushed the door open and walked in. Go and contact the comrades at the Superpower Research Institute. Tell them to make a copy of all the research data on espers and send it to me, the old man ordered. All of them? Little Zhang was taken aback and asked. All of them. Just send it as an electronic document, the old man confirmed. Yes, Little Zhang opened the notebook in his hand and recorded. Also, inform the Superpower Management Bureau of the Ministry of Public Security. Tell them to send me a list of all the awakened espers in the country, as well as information on all the esper orphans who haven't awakened. Send it as an electronic document as well, the old man continued. Yes, Little Zhang recorded. Lastly, inform the Secretariat to contact all the committee members. I want to have a meeting, the old man ordered. Yes, Little Zhang recorded. Go. The old man waved his hand. Then I'll take my leave. Little Zhang nodded and closed the notebook in his hand. He turned around and left the office to convey the old man's order. Then, the room fell into silence. It wasn't until more than half an hour later that it was broken by the sound of someone opening the door. Come in, the old man greeted. Chief, all the committee members are here. They're just waiting for you. Little Zhang opened the door and said respectfully. Okay, let's go. The old man closed the document in his hand and got up from his seat. He and Seito left the room under the guidance of Little Zhang, and came to the conference room. "Old friends, you're all here." As soon as they walked into the conference room, the old man greeted the 10 people who were sitting on both sides of the room. "Sit." The old man sat down on the main seat in the room and gestured with his hand. Hearing the old man's words, everyone sat back down. After everyone sat down, the old man said, "The main reason I called everyone here is to discuss something." At this moment, Ito, who was standing behind the old man, used his hypnosis ability and pulled everyone's consciousness into an illusion. In the illusion, Ito's figure suddenly jumped down from the ceiling and killed Chen Guangbiao, who was guarding behind the old man. Then, he turned around and swept across the 2 sides of the conference room like a stream of light. He used a dagger to slit the throats of the committee members. Then, Ito stopped and turned around to watch the committee members' breathing gradually weaken. When they were about to disappear, he said in a seductive tone, "Are you willing to be my puppet?" "I'm willing." Because he was on the verge of death, his consciousness was extremely weak, and he was hallucinating, a committee member murmured. "I'm willing." Another committee member agreed. "I'm willing to." Just like that, the committee members agreed one after another in their strange state of being on the verge of death. Seeing this, Ito Senari smiled slightly and took back the hypnosis ability that he had cast. Then, Ito walked from behind the old man to the front desk. He looked at the committee members and asked, "Among you, how many people originally supported the Esper quarantine policy?" As soon as he finished speaking, 4 or 5 of the committee members immediately raised their hands. Ito nodded and continued, "Later, you will use the Esper quarantine policy as the topic for today's meeting. Then, use the assassination as the trigger to pass this policy." "Yes." All the committee members responded. "But after the policy is passed, you will have to wait for my notice before you make it public." Ito continued. "Yes." All the committee members responded again. "Okay, you can continue the meeting." Ito walked back to the old man and stood behind him. Then, the committee members used the Esper quarantine policy as the topic for today's meeting. They had a heated discussion in the conference room. After more than an hour, they passed this policy that could cause intense social conflict. At the same time, as a measure of this policy, starting from the end of the meeting, all the Esper orphans in the country who had awakened or not were secretly gathered and sent to a military base outside the capital. "Now I just need to get the information. As long as I get the information, I can proceed to the next step." Ito, who accompanied the old man back home, thought to himself. Chapter 588. P.S. Thanks to Nexex for the tip. Sir, this is the information you asked for. Early the next morning, Secretary Xiao Zhang came to the office with a stack of CD boxes and placed them on the old man's desk. "Thank you, Xiao Zhang." The old man stopped what he was doing and looked at Xiao Zhang with a smile. "Sir, you're welcome. It's my duty to serve you," Xiao Zhang said modestly. "Flattery." The old man smiled. Xiao Zhang chuckled and did not refute. "Okay, you can leave now." The old man smiled and ordered. "Yes." Xiao Zhang responded and quietly left the office. As expected of Chunkoku, one of the world's largest countries, there's a lot of information. After Xiao Zhang left the office, Ito, who slowly walked to the table, reached out and took the CD on the table. 1, 2, 3, 4, there are actually 11 CDs. Ito looked at the words written on the CDs one by one while counting in his mind. It seems that it's time to move on to the next step, Ito thought. Then he put away all the CDs on the table and turned to the old man. Announced Chen Guangbiao's treason. After that, he used instant transmission and disappeared from the old man's office. Then Ito, who appeared outside, used instant transmission several times in a row. After completely leaving the inner city, he found a 5-star hotel and checked in. Then he took out the quantum computer with the small software designed by Erica and opened it. He took out the list of names he obtained from the old man and put it in the CD drive to read. Soon, the information stored in the CD was displayed on the computer screen. He looked at the information on the screen. Itose clicked his tongue with a smile and opened the small software designed by Erica. He imported the CD's reading path into the software, and then in the blank box below the software, he entered the text advertisement of his fictitious organization, the Garden of Eden, as well as the message he sent to all Japanese espers before he left Japan to gather at a certain place in 7 days. Send. After Sei Ito entered the last Chinese word, he waved his hand and hit the Enter key. A rectangular progress bar appeared on the computer screen and was quickly filled by bright red columns from left to right. After a minute and a half, a ding sound was heard, and a prompt with the word complete popped up on the progress bar that was filled with red square columns. Itsunari smiled when he saw this. He took out the CD and replaced it with another CD before sending it out again. A few minutes later, Sei Ito finished reading all the CDs with the name list. He turned off the computer and put it into the Rubik's Cube world. He then activated instant transmission and left the hotel. He rushed to the international airport and took an international flight to Moscow, the capital of Russia. After arriving in Moscow, Sei Ito took a taxi directly outside the airport and rushed to the presidential office. After circling the presidential office 3 times like an ordinary tourist, he knocked out a staff member when no one was paying attention and put him into the Rubik's Cube world. He then changed into the appearance of the staff member and approached the President of Russia. After 4 or 5 identity changes, Sei Ito finally became a presidential bodyguard. He approached the President of Russia. Sure enough, compared to the protection of Zhongguo's leaders, these foreigners are nothing. Not only are the offices open to tourists, but they also travel much more frequently than Zhongguo's leaders. No wonder they are easily assassinated. Sei Ito looked at the President of Russia, who was close at hand. Stolov, what can I do for you? Maybe the President of Russia was uncomfortable under Sei Ito's gaze. He finally couldn't help but ask his bodyguard. Sei Ito, who didn't understand Russian at all, knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He immediately activated the body flicker technique and rushed to the President of Russia. He reached out and grabbed the President's neck, pulled him into his arms, and put a pistol to the President's temple. ********. The other bodyguards who saw the President being kidnapped immediately took out their pistols and aimed at Sei Ito and shouted in Russian. "Let them out, I can guarantee that they won't hurt you." Sei Ito tightened his arms and said to the President of Russia in English, "You guys get out." The President of Russia ordered the bodyguards in English. *********. The bodyguards said something in Russian. "Get out." The President of Russia rolled his eyes and ordered again in English. *******. The bodyguards responded and slowly left the office. Seeing that all the bodyguards had left, Sei Ito didn't waste any time and directly urged his psychic force to invade the President's mind. After planting an order for the President to obey him, Sei Ito let go of the President's neck. Sei Ito's shadow clone came out of the smoke that suddenly appeared next to him. It took a piece of wood that Sei Ito threw to it, walked aside, and used Mokuton ninjutsu and transformation jutsu to transform the piece of wood into Sei Ito's appearance. At this time, the real Sei Ito walked to the side of the door, jumped on top of the door, and leaned against the wall like a gecko, and said to the President of Russia, "You can start resisting now." The President of Russia didn't say anything. He directly took out a pistol from a secret place under the table, pressed the alarm button on the table, and fired at Sei Ito's shadow clone. Bang! 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 Crisp gunshots immediately sounded in the room. However, Sei Ito's shadow clone jumped to the side and dodged the bullets. At the same time, he rolled and fired at the empty space around the President of Russia. Bang! At this moment there was a muffled sound, and the tightly shut door was suddenly opened from the outside. Then, a large number of black-clothed bodyguards with guns rushed in from the door. Some of them rushed in front of the President to protect him, while the rest stayed where they were and attacked the Shadow Clone. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the Shadow Clone quickly rushed to the window at the side. It curled up its body and broke through the glass. With the sound of glass shattering, it rushed out of the room and ran outside. Bang! 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 Several bodyguards immediately rushed to the window and continued to shoot at the Shadow Clone. Ah! In an instant, a blood-curdling scream was heard. The Shadow Clone suddenly staggered and fell to the ground. It was hit by even more bullets. When the bodyguards weren't paying attention, Sei-Ito, who was leaning on the door, suddenly landed behind a bodyguard. He waved his hand and killed the bodyguard as fast as he could and put him into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he transformed into the bodyguard's appearance and blended into the group of bodyguards, continuing to shoot at his wooden corpse. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. President Ross stopped the bodyguards when he saw that they were almost done. He casually asked Sei-Ito to stay by his side and protect him. Then, he dismissed the other bodyguards and told them to do what they were supposed to do. At this time, Sei-Ito, who had successfully sneaked into President Eros's side, used mind reading to order the other party to hand over the list of superpower users in the country, the list of awakened and unawakened superpower orphans, as well as the research data on superpower users. Then, he ordered the other party to use force to pass the superpower quarantine bill in the country. He also ordered the other party to gather all the awakened and unawakened superpower orphans in the country. The next day, Sei-Ito, who had obtained all the information, left a small black orb for President Eros to use as a communication device. He then left the bodyguards and found a hotel to send out advertisements about the Garden of Eden to all the superpower users in Eros. After sending out the advertisements, he rushed to the international airport and took a plane to France. Then, Sei-Ito did the same thing. He successfully dealt with the French president and the British prime minister. He obtained the list of all the superpower users in France and Britain, as well as the research data on them. He also asked them to pass the superpower quarantine bill and centralized the management of the orphaned superpower orphans. Now, all that's left is the United States. As long as I can deal with the United States, there's an 80% chance that the small countries following behind the 5 permanent members of the United Nations will pass the superpower quarantine bill. Then I'll sow discord, Sei-Ito thought to himself as he looked at the Statue of Liberty from the window of the plane. But before that, I have to eliminate Pandora and the Dark Phantom first. Ito-sei retracted his gaze and narrowed his eyes as he secretly made up his mind. Boom! At this time, there was a sudden explosion. Then, the entire plane began to shake violently. A large amount of grayish-black smoke slowly drifted out from the bottom of the plane. Ah! The passengers in the cabin were all affected by the explosion and screamed in fear. Boom! Immediately after, another loud noise rang out. The fuselage shook even more violently, and the creaking sound of metal bending immediately rang out in the cabin. This is an attack, and it's an attack by a superpower. Feeling the vibration from the seat, Sei-Ito narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Then, his figure flashed and suddenly disappeared from the chair in the cabin and appeared in the sky outside the plane. Boom! There was another explosion. The plane that couldn't withstand the attack finally broke in two and fell to the ground. At the same time, Sei-Ito finally saw the type of superpower that attacked the plane and the location of the attack. Humph! Sei-Ito snorted and teleported in the direction of the attack. But just as Sei-Ito was about to reach the location, several black strips suddenly jumped out of the air and bound his body, limbs, and lip. Then, there was a flash in space. 4 people, including the Ministry of War, Jingyuji, Masaki Shiro, Kana Honye, and Fujura, as well as 2 girls and 1 boy, 3 children around 10 years old, appeared around Seito and surrounded him. Chapter 589. P.S. 157747860, Nikfani and K's Woliang. Thank you for your tips. Crackle, crackle. Seeing this, Itosei immediately emitted a powerful electric current from all over his body, destroying the dark strips around him. Then he looked at Jing Jie of the Ministry of War in front of him and sneered, "I'm really honored that Panchula sent so many people to besiege me. Since you're honored, you can die happily." Jing Jie from the Ministry of War sneered with a murderous look. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around Seito began to attack. A middle-aged man, Sairu Masaki, had his hair fluttering behind his back and lashed at Seito like black whip. At the same time, another girl, who was petite and looked to be in her teens, was wearing a white long-sleeved blouse and a black pleated skirt. Her long black hair was tied into a slender ponytail on the right side of her head. She stretched out her arms and twisted her hands like 2 strange ribbons, wrapping them around Ito Seiji from the other side. Seito narrowed his eyes and used instant transmission to escape from the encirclement. Whoosh! A second after Seito appeared, a pillar of fire suddenly rushed out from the side and burned his body. Seito, who could no longer use instant transmission to escape, quickly turned around and stretched out his hand to create a telekinesis barrier in front of him, blocking the thick pillar of fire. Boom! A loud explosion sounded in front of Seito, and the scorching flames instantly blocked Seito's vision. "Good job, Jolly," a woman's voice praised him. Then, Gana Hongye suddenly appeared behind Seito and swung her fist at Seito. Just as Seito was about to block the attack with his free hand, a pair of hands suddenly appeared behind him. A pair of little girl's hands suddenly appeared beside him. She reached out and grabbed his free arm, causing Itosei's resistance to slow down. Then, Gana Hongye's fist slammed heavily into his face. In an instant, a strong force was transmitted from Gana Hongye's fist to Seito's body, causing his body to sway to the side. At this moment, a transparent shockwave quickly rushed to the front of Itosei and accurately bombarded his chest. Bang! Seito's clothes were torn open by the shockwave. At the same time, his body flew backward uncontrollably. "Go to hell, you lunatic!" In the process of Itosei's body flying back, the figure of the Ministry of War's Jing Jie suddenly appeared beside him, waving the flame sword in his hand and quickly chopping down. "You want me dead? In your dreams." Sensing the fatal danger, Itosei's body suddenly burst out with a powerful psychokinesis like a storm and a tsunami. An energy impact quickly spread out with Itosei as the center, making Kayasuk of the Ministry of War's movement uncontrollably pause. Then, Seito's body flashed and teleported in front of a girl wearing a sleeveless black waistcoat. She was wearing a black pleated skirt and she was about 10 years old. She had a head of golden hair that was shaped like the sun behind her head. He waved his hand and slashed at her neck. "You bastard, get out of my way!" At that moment, a flying squirrel suddenly flew out from the top of the girl's head. It spread its 2 small claws and opened its fleshy membrane on both sides of its body. It roared and fired an air cannon at Seito. Then, 2 transparent air bombs flew toward Seito's face. Humph! Seito snorted and teleported again. He disappeared from behind the girl and appeared behind the boy who set the fire. "I've been waiting for you." As soon as Seito appeared, the boy turned around. The boy fiercely turned around and launched his ability at Itosei with a smug look on his face. A sneer appeared on Itosei's face. His body that was enhanced with psychokinesis suddenly squatted down and dodged the boy's flame attack by a hair's breadth. Then, he quickly punched Jia Li's abdomen. Wah! Jia Li's eyes bulged and his body arched. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood that was mixed with the remains of his stomach. Jia Li! Seeing that Jia Li was injured, the girl with her hair tied in a ponytail shouted anxiously. Then, she waved her arms and two twisted ribbons immediately wrapped around Sei Ito's body. Crackle, crackle. This time, Sei Ito didn't use teleport to dodge the attack. Instead, he covered his entire body with LV6 powerful thunder and lightning. He ignored the attacks from Sairu Masaki and grabbed Jolly, who was in front of him, with both of his hands. F. At this time, the attacks of the girl and Sairu Masaki had also reached Sei Ito's side, but they were immediately blocked by the rampaging thunder and lightning. With a thought, Sei Ito took Jolly and disappeared from where they were. At the same time, Sei Ito dodged the telekinesis attack from behind and appeared in another location in midair. Sei Ito then took the unconscious Jolly into the Rubik's Cube world. 1, Sei Ito said softly. Hongye. Jingjie from the Ministry of War stared at Sei Ito and called out. I didn't sense any traces of teleport. I don't know where he took Jolly. Gana Hongye closed her eyes and said. Major. The girl with the ponytail looked at Jingjie anxiously and worriedly. Since we don't know where he took Jolly, let's capture him and find him ourselves, Jingjie said. Then, he ordered the others, change of target. Capture him alive. Yes, sir, the remaining 5 people replied in unison. Sairu Masaki's scorched hair spread out like tentacles and enveloped Sei Ito's body from all directions. At the same time, Fujura used his ability to control sound to launch an overclocked sound wave attack at Sei Ito. Ugh! Sei Ito, who was affected by the overclocked sound wave, suddenly felt nauseous and dizzy. Then, he frowned. He used his telekinesis to form a spherical telekinetic shield to protect himself, blocking the overclocked sound wave and Sairu Masaki's attack. Hand of God! Sei Ito wrapped the eggshell around himself. Gana Hongye, who suddenly appeared above Sei Ito, reached out and shouted at Sei Ito. Bang! With a muffled sound, the telekinetic shield shook violently as if it had been attacked by something invisible. At the same time, a strong force was transmitted to the shield, causing Sei Ito to fall rapidly to the ground. Bang! A moment later, there was another muffled sound, and a large cloud of dust appeared on the ground, covering Sei Ito's body. The next moment, several orange-yellow beams of light suddenly emerged from the smoke, flying towards Jingjie from the Ministry of War, Gana Hongye, Sairu Masaki, Fujura Yi, and the 2 girls who were quickly falling from the sky. Seeing that the attack was coming, the 6 of them immediately used their own methods to evade the attack. The 2 girls and Gana Hongye dodged the attack one after another, while Fujura Yi and Jingyuji of the Ministry of War only moved slightly to the side to avoid the attack. Only Sairu Masaki himself transformed his hair into a pair of huge black wings, flapping them as he dodged the attack. Jingjie and the others from the Ministry of War had just dodged the attack. Once again, they were met with a large amount of debris flying towards them like rain. They had no choice but to stop and use various methods to defend themselves. At this moment, the smoke below them expanded, and Sei Ito, wrapped in a large amount of glass shards, rushed out of the smoke, flying towards Jingjie and the others from the Ministry of War. Let me do it! Fujura Yi shouted. She quickly rushed in front of Sei Ito's path and opened her mouth to release an invisible shockwave, shattering everything in the path of the shockwave into powder, including Sei Ito who was flying at high speed. Something's wrong. Jingjie from the Ministry of War was shocked when he saw Sei Ito being destroyed by the shockwave. He quickly turned to the others and warned them. At this moment, a piece of debris that Saira Masaki had dodged exploded into a cloud of smoke. Then, Sei Ito's figure appeared beside Saira Masaki. He activated his telekinesis and rushed to his side. He used thunder and lightning to break through Saira Masaki's charred hair and reached out to grab Saira Masaki's outstretched arm. He quickly circulated electricity throughout Saira Masaki's entire body. Under the impact of the electric current, the long scorched hair on Saira Masaki's back immediately shattered into countless pitch-black particles and slowly dissipated into the void. In the end, only the short-haired, younger-looking Saira Masaki was left. TSK. Seeing Saira Masaki's true appearance, Sei Ito clicked his tongue and quickly went behind him. He swung his hand and chopped Saira Masaki's neck, knocking him out. Then, he teleported with Saira Masaki and appeared in the sky filled with debris. He then put Saira Masaki into the Rubik's Cube world. 2. Sei Ito chuckled as he looked at Jingjie from the Ministry of War, who had broken through the blockade and rushed into the sky. Damn it, Gana Hongye cursed in a low voice. This guy is an expert in ESP battles. He has many abilities. He's not easy to deal with, Fujurayi said with a frown. I was careless, Jingjie from the Ministry of War said with a gloomy face. What do we do now? The blonde girl asked. We can't lose any more family members. Jingjie from the Ministry of War said softly. Then, with a determined voice, he ordered, Hongye Yi, take Ling and Yu away. Leave this to me. Major. Gana Hongye's expression changed when she heard this. She called out anxiously. Hey, old man, what are you doing? Fujurayi also called out with a look of surprise. Major. The two girls called out excitedly. This is an order, Jingjie from the Ministry of War said sternly. I won't listen to this order, Fujurayi retorted before the others could speak. Do you want to deal with that guy alone? Fujurayi pointed at Sei Ito, who had been watching them talk, and said, Have you forgotten what would have happened to you last time if we hadn't arrived in time? So no matter what you say this time, I won't listen, old man. Fujurayi looked at Jingjie with a serious expression and said, I really don't know what to do with you. Jingjie from the Ministry of War looked at Fujurayi for a moment and chuckled. Then, he looked at Sei Ito again and said softly, Yi and I will stay here. Hongye, take you and Ling and leave this place. Gana Hongye frowned and didn't immediately agree. Hongye, Jingjie from the Ministry of War called out again. I understand. Gana Hongye hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Then, she moved to the side of the black-haired girl Yu and the blonde-haired girl Ling. As the two girls resisted, she grabbed them by the shoulders and teleported away. Is everything ready? Sei Ito asked with a smile when he saw Gana Hongye Yu and Ling leave. Come, Jingjie from the Ministry of War said coldly as he stretched out his left arm and pointed his 5 fingers at Sei Ito. Seeing this, Ito-sei smiled slightly, then he used instant transmission and appeared behind Ting Cattail. He opened his 5 fingers and used telekinesis impact. Bang! However, it was immediately blocked by a telekinesis barrier that suddenly appeared behind Ting Cattail. Ting Cattail, who was attacked, quickly turned around and released a sound wave attack at Ito-sei. Sei Ito's telekinetic body flashed and teleported from the side of the sonic attack to Fujurayi's side. He extended his right index finger and launched a beam of telekinetic energy. At this moment, a black shadow flashed, and Jingjie from the Ministry of War appeared beside Ting Cattail. He extended his hand to block the telekinetic beam. His palm was about the size of a palm, but he had also condensed a telekinetic barrier. Boom! There was an explosion between the two of them. A small cloud of energy smoke rose from it and blocked Jingjie from the Ministry of War and Sei Ito's vision. Then, the two of them moved at the same time and separated from Fujurayi. They simultaneously launched several wind blades at each other. Bang 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 bang! Several muffled sounds echoed through the sky. Then, Seito flashed again and appeared beside Fujura-yi, who couldn't teleport. He waved his hand and launched a vacuum slash at Fujura-yi's back. Explode. Blood immediately gushed out from Fujura-yi's back. Fujura-yi's injured body fell limply to the ground. Seeing this, Seito frowned. He quickly waved his arm again and launched several wind blades at Fujura-yi's falling body. Explode. At this time, half of a flaming longsword suddenly emerged from Seito's chest. Then, the figure of Seito slowly appeared behind Seito with the sword hilt in his hand. It really is hypnosis. When the body of the Seito that had been stabbed turned into a torch, another Seito appeared behind Jingjie. He released an extremely condensed lightning ball that looked like a ninja raikiri and blasted it at Jingjie's back. Wah! Jingjie of the Ministry of War immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! In the next moment, two invisible attacks suddenly shot out from the left and right. In the blink of an eye, they bombarded Seito's body with a loud explosion. It should be done now, right? Ting-Fai looked at Itosei's body falling down from the energy smoke produced by the explosion and laughed. Chapter 590. I'm very familiar with Jingjie's hypnotic attacks. Before Tingdanye could maintain his smug smile for more than a few seconds, Seito's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Then, an arm with 5 fingers formed into a knife emerged from his abdomen. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, there was another soft sound. A flaming sword instantly pierced through Seito's back and through his chest. It then pierced through Tingdanye's back and came out of his chest, skewering him and Seito together like meat skewers. My attack isn't something you can counter just because you understand it, Jingjie sneered as he released his hand from the flaming sword. Wah, ugh! Seito spat out blood and turned his head with difficulty. He opened his mouth with an unwilling expression. Then, he and Tingdanye were turned into a huge torch by the flames rising from the flaming sword. They fell to the ground below. Hey, old man, how are we going to get information on Jinmu and Jiali from him if you burn that guy to death? Tingdanye frowned as he stood in the air with his hands in his pockets. He looked at the human-shaped torch that was about to fall to the ground. However, Jingjie didn't answer Tingdanye's question. Instead, he frowned as he stared at the torch that had fallen to the ground. No one knew what he was thinking. Old man? Tingdanye asked in confusion when he didn't get an answer. At this moment, Jingjie from the Ministry of War closed his eyes, and in the next second, he suddenly punched the cattail leaf beside him. Bang! Tingdanye's expression changed when he saw this. He quickly moved his right hand in front of him. With his palm facing outwards, he caught Jingjie's fist. Then, he turned around and leaned his back against Jingjie's chest. He bent his left elbow and smashed it toward Jingjie's face. Smack! Jingjie's expression didn't change. He immediately raised his free left hand to his face and used his palm to catch Tingdanye's elbow. Bang! The next moment, Tingdanye let go of Jingjie's right hand and quickly used his elbow to strike Jingjie's right rib. Jingjie of the Ministry of War, who was suddenly struck, immediately bent over and retreated backwards. Tingcattail didn't show any mercy. He rushed to the front of Jingjie, and with a thought from his palm, he struck Jingjie's chest heavily. Boom! In a flash, with a loud bang, a large cloud of smoke appeared on the ground. Humph! Tingcattail snorted and waved his hand to summon several bolts of lightning that turned into electric guns and shot them toward the smoke-filled ground. Boom! 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 Several explosions sounded from the ground. More smoke and dust rose from the ground, spreading into a light yellow dust mist that completely enveloped the area. At this moment, Tingcattail's figure flashed in midair. He turned into Seito. Infinite Expiation, was a move unique to Jing Jie of the Ministry of War. It was a type of Esper ability that could be controlled by the accumulation of various Esper abilities that originally belonged to dead comrades in the body. The explosive power produced could instantly push Jing Jie of the Ministry of War's Esper speed to the peak of this world. Of course, this move was not without its side effects. After all, whether the Esper ability was controllable or not, there was no doubt about the damage it would cause to the body. Therefore, Infinite Expiation, which used the explosive power produced by the Esper ability to increase one's strength, had the side effect of causing irreparable damage to the body after a certain period of time. It was a killer move that traded one's life for strength, similar to the Sky Demon Body Disintegration technique. But I remember that this move should be a power that Jing Jie of the Ministry of War can only master after 3 or 4 years. Could it be that my attack and Jing Jie of the Ministry of War's strong will to live caused the power hidden in his body to erupt? Seito frowned as he guessed. At this time, Jing Jie of the Ministry of War suddenly raised his head and stared at Seito with his empty eyes. Then, his figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Seito, releasing a telekinetic attack at him. Boom! With a loud explosion, Seito's body immediately flew out of the air and smashed into the ground like a cannonball. Boom, 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 boom. Then, a large number of telekinetic beams shot out from Jing Jie's hands and bombarded Seito's body, who was still in the deep pit. One after another, explosions sounded from the ground, and a large amount of smoke quickly spread out like volcanic ash. Those eyes must have entered an unconscious state just now. They're releasing their instincts, Seito thought to himself as he tried to use all his telekinetic energy to form a protective barrier to block Jing Jie's level 7 attack. No, I can't just stand there and wait. Although I might be able to exhaust Jing Jie of the Ministry of War, I might be killed by his attacks before he dies. Seito thought to himself as he looked at the telekinetic barrier in front of him that was about to collapse. Then, with a thought, a shadow clone suddenly appeared beside him. It nodded at Seito and activated Earthmeld to instantly burrow into the ground. Then, a few seconds later, it emerged from another part of the ground that wasn't within Jing Jie's attack range. Following that, the shadow clone slapped the ground with his palm, and a large area of electric light instantly covered the ground in front of him. A large amount of paper appeared and floated up from the ground amidst the electric light. They formed many shurikens in midair and shot out toward Jing Jie from the Ministry of War. Whoosh! On the other side, Jing Jie of the Ministry of War didn't stop attacking. He waved his free arm to the side, and a wave of fire immediately appeared around him, burning towards the paper shurikens. Wind release, great breakthrough. Seeing the wave of fire burning towards the paper shurikens, the shadow clone immediately straightened up. His hands quickly formed several hand seals in front of him, and he blew at the wave of fire in midair. A gust of wind instantly appeared in front of the doppelganger, blowing towards the waves of fire like a gust of wind. Whoosh! The meeting of fire and wind was like a hungry woman meeting a hungry man. They immediately tangled together in midair, forming an even larger wave of wind and fire that burned fiercely in midair. Seeing this, the shadow clone didn't hesitate. The energy in his body exploded once again, and he blew out another wind release. Great breakthrough. Soon, this new gust of wind caught up with its brother from before and joined up with him. It turned into a fierce man, and together with Sister Flame, it charged toward Jing Jie of the Ministry of War. Seeing that the shadow clone wasn't fast enough, he formed another hand seal and released another wind release. Great breakthrough to blow at the wave of fire. With the addition of a new force, the wave of fire became even faster. It almost reached Jing Jie of the Ministry of War in the blink of an eye. Jing Jie of the Ministry of War, who didn't have any consciousness and only acted on instinct, immediately stopped attacking. his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the wave of fire, appearing in another part of the sky. Using this opportunity, Seito, who had escaped, immediately teleported into the sky. He waved his hand and released several wind blades at Jingjie of the Ministry of War. Then, without even looking at the results, he teleported again and appeared behind Jingjie of the Ministry of War, reaching out his hand to grab his neck. Jingjie of the Ministry of War instinctively became alert. Lightning flashed on his body, and a large amount of lightning instantly appeared, crackling as it charged towards Seito's arm. Seeing this, Seito quickly released his psychokinesis, forming a psychokinesis gauntlet to block the lightning attack. Then, his arm continued to grab Jingjie of the Ministry of War's neck. At this moment, a finger flashing with psychokinesis suddenly appeared beside Jingjie of the Ministry of War's neck. It released a psychokinesis attack towards Seito. Chapter 591. Seito's head quickly dodged to the side, narrowly dodging the telekinetic beam that brushed past his ear. At the same time, his hand finally grabbed onto Jingjie's neck. So strong. It's just an instinctive telekinetic release, but the defensive power generated is actually at least L4 telekinesis. Seito thought to himself as he used his 5 fingers to break through the telekinetic defense. Crackle, crackle. A bolt of lightning immediately shot out from the hand gripping Jingjie's neck. It neutralized the telekinesis flames on the surface of Jingjie's body and spread throughout his entire body. Crackle, crackle. Before Seito could spread the electricity all over his body, Jingjie's body once again emitted a large amount of electricity. In an instant, the electricity destroyed the weak electricity that had been weakened by the telekinetic flames and rushed towards Seito. After being struck by the electricity, Seito's hand immediately bounced off Jingjie's neck. At this time, the flames on Jingjie's body flashed, turning from virtual flames to real flames, burning towards Seito beside him. Motherf *Ker, although I can't use the hypnosis ability because of my instincts, but this ability to switch between different abilities without leaving any traces is still troublesome. Itose, who was flying back, frowned. Then, Seito turned around and suddenly transformed into the future Kaori Akashi. He reached out with a concerned expression and called out, "Jingjie, what's wrong?" Although it was instinctive, Jingjie's obsession with Kaori Akashi was beyond time and consciousness. Therefore, when Seito transformed into Kaori Akashi's appearance, Jingjie, who was about to attack, instinctively stopped. Jingjie. Kaori Akashi, who looked to be in her 20s, called out hesitantly. "Queen," Jingjie of the Ministry of War muttered. "Jingjie." Kaori Akashi slowly moved in front of Jingjie. She called out, "Queen." Jingjie's eyes moved slightly, as if he was about to regain consciousness. "Queen," Jingjie from the Ministry of War called out again. At the same time, the psychic fireworks outside his body began to weaken. Jingjie. At this moment, Akashi Keru, who had already moved to the Ministry of War's front, cautiously stretched out her hand and called out. Then, she grabbed Jingjie's hand with one hand and hid the other behind her back. She looked at him with a worried expression. After a few seconds of silence, the psychic wave flames around Jingjie's body finally retracted back into his body. Then, Jingjie's eyes flickered and regained their vigor. He looked at Akashi Keru and muttered, "Queen." Akashi Keru's eyes flashed. The arm hidden in his hand suddenly shot out and punched the chest of Jingjie of the Ministry of War, whose body was extremely weak, completely defenseless, and somewhat absent-minded. "You're not the queen," Jingjie of the Ministry of War said coldly as he came back to his senses. "I never said I was the queen." Kaori Akashi's figure flashed and returned to Seito's appearance. "You bastard!" Jingjie's eyes widened when he heard the truth. Then, He closed his eyes and fainted. This way. Even if I capture Pandora's espers into the Rubik's Cube world, I won't have to worry about them causing trouble. Seito put Jingjie of the Ministry of War into the Rubik's Cube world. He thought to himself, then, through the subtle influence of my willpower, I believe it won't take long for Pandora's people to completely become my people. Then, Seito's body trembled and quickly landed on the ground. Then, his figure flashed. He entered the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the Esper prison. Rubik's Cube, place a special lockdown on Jingjie of the Ministry of War. The first thing Seito did when he arrived at the prison was to communicate with the Rubik's Cube telepathically. After all, Jingjie of the Ministry of War had been shot in the head before, so he could freely change the frequency of his psychic wave. Therefore, no matter how advanced the ECM facilities were, they were basically useless against him. Therefore, as long as he wanted to, he could leave the prison at any time. This wasn't what Seito wanted. The Rubik's Cube responded. In an instant, a strange confinement force quickly descended from the void and fell on Jingjie of the Ministry of War's body through the cell. Then, it formed an energy layer similar to a full body wrap, wrapping Jingjie of the Ministry of War inside and slowly disappeared under his skin. Then, Seito opened the cell door and entered the cell. Holding the EM bracelet in his hand, he used the contact sensing ability on Jingjie of the Ministry of War to find all the information about Pandora from his memory. After a moment, Seito withdrew his hand with a smile on his face. He walked out of the cell and closed the cell door. Then, he flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world and flew toward the temporary stronghold in Jingjie of the Ministry of War's memory. After a while, Seito came to the sky above an old building in the slums of the city, not far from the ambush site. Then, he changed into Jingjie of the Ministry of War's appearance and used instant transmission to enter the stronghold. As soon as Seito appeared, Gana Hongye's surprised voice immediately rang in his ears. Major. Then, before Seito could turn his head to look at her, an attack immediately bombarded his body, causing Seito to slam into the wall beside him. Boom! Seito's telekinesis exploded as his body slammed into the wall. Like a bomb exploding, he fiercely pushed away the heavy space pressure on his body. Then, his figure flashed and appeared beside Gana Hongye, releasing a large electric net toward her. Crackle, crackle. Gana Hongye stretched out her arms and an invisible space barrier quickly appeared in front of her, blocking Seito's electric net attack. Seeing this, Seito lifted his foot and stepped forward. With a loud bang, a large number of cracks spread rapidly with his foot as the center. Then, she felt that there was nothing under her feet, and the cracked ground immediately fell down, causing Gana Hongye's body to stagger uncontrollably. At this time, Seito's figure disappeared and used instant transmission to appear behind Gana Hongye. He slapped the back of her head and knocked her out. Then, Seito put away Gana Hongye, turned around and left the room, moving quickly to another hiding place. When he arrived there, he immediately changed into Gana Hongye's appearance and flashed into the stronghold. "Sister Hongye, how is it?" the blonde girl Ling asked with a worried face. "There's still no news of them," Seito shook his head and said as he walked toward the blonde girl Ling and the black-haired girl Yuzai. When Seito came to the two girls, he put his hand on their shoulders and comforted them with a smile. "Don't worry, Major is very strong. I believe he will bring Jiali and the others back soon." With a thought, 2 bursts of energy immediately rushed out from his palms and invaded the bodies of the 2 girls, knocking them unconscious. Yuzai Ling, Flying Rat, who was coughing sunflower seeds on the table, saw this and quickly threw away the sunflower seeds in his hand. He flew into the air and shouted at the 2 girls. "Who are you?" Flying Rat then shouted at Seito, who had changed into Gana Hongye. Gana Hongye's face smiled slightly and then changed back into Seito's appearance. She reached out her hand and used telekinesis shackle on Flying Rat. Damn it, Flying Rat, who was shackled in the air by telekinesis shackle, cursed. Seito did not talk back. He just used his other hand and flicked his finger at Flying Rat. A strong wind instantly flew out from his finger and hit Flying Rat's forehead, knocking it out. Now, let's go and get the information about the superpowered people in the United States. Then, we'll go to Pandora Island and capture those superpowered people, Seito thought to himself as he put the two girls and the superpowered rat into the Rubik's Cube. Then, Seito slowly walked out of the secret hideout. He used hypnosis to get a car and drove it quickly to Washington. Other than New York and Luoshanji, the traffic in the major cities in America was worse, and the roads connecting the cities were almost empty. Moreover, the city where Pandora chose to set up the temporary hideout was not far from Washington. Therefore, it did not take long for Seito to reach the capital of America, Washington. He drove to the Pennsylvania Avenue in the city center and stopped not far from the White House. Looks like we can only attack by force, Seito thought to himself as he observed Bai Gong's defense for a moment. Then let's attack. After thinking about it, Seito restarted the car and drove past the White House at a normal speed. He came to a relatively quiet corner on another side street and flashed into the Rubik's Cube world, appearing in the house in the central area. Then, with a thought from Seito, Karen, Valletta, Sakuragi-sei, and June An-they appeared in the open space in front of the house. Is this a war? Valletta asked in a serious tone when she saw the Gundam. That's right. There's a small-scale battle to be fought. Ito-sei waved his hand and summoned 4 small metal boxes with names written on the surface. He looked at the 4 people in front of him and smiled. Target and effect, the soldier asked briefly. The White House of America of this world. Capture the President of the United States alive. Seito explained as he handed the 4 boxes to Karen, Valletta, Sakuraba, and the soldier. The initial arrangement was for me, Sakuraba-sei, the soldiers, and the driver. Karen, Vereda, and stay behind. If the President of the United States enters the defense system and the United States sends out a large number of fighter jets that Karen can't deal with, you will appear. Okay, Valletta answered without hesitation. The others also silently nodded in agreement. You can go in and change your clothes. Ito Seiji saw this and said with a smile and stepped aside. Then, Sakuraba, Karen, and Valletta carried the boxes in their hands and walked into the room. As for the soldier, he took the boxes to the forest and changed his clothes there. After a few minutes, the 4 of them, all wearing black Gantz tights, returned to the front of the courtyard. It's afternoon outside now. We'll start the battle plan at night, Seito said with a smile as he stopped Karen and Valletta, who were about to board the plane. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 592. P.S. Thank you to Grim Reaper Sirius for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Nickfinney, 1577478060, and Boring Lord for your tip. Around 11 o'clock that night, Seito, who was holding a Gantz saber, and Sakura-sei, who was wearing black Gantz tights, with a Gantz saber on their left thigh, a Gantz pistol on their right thigh, a Gantz spear on their back, an AK-47 in their hand, 2 magazines on their waists, and a small wireless walkie-talkie in their ears, appeared on the secluded path. Later, turn on your invisibility and sneak in. It would be best if you can capture the President of America in one go. Seito reached out and pressed on the shoulders of Sakura-sei and the soldier. While using his spiritual sensing ability, he displayed the photo of the pitiful President of America in their mind. But I don't think there's much hope. In the end, you might still need to attack by force. Be careful when the time comes. I'll be careful. Sakura Sei's sexy lips curled up slightly as she said softly. The soldier nodded silently. He did not say anything false. Go. As soon as the battle starts, Karen and I will delay the reinforcements and superpowers that will come at any time to buy time for you. Seito looked at the two of them and smiled. The two of them nodded and pressed a small button on the small rectangular controller on their left forearms almost at the same time. Then, a large amount of fine electric sparks flashed across their bodies. The figures of Sakura Sei and the soldier gradually turned transparent before Seito's eyes until they completely disappeared. I hope everything goes well. Seito, who felt the two of them leaving through his spatial perception, raised his head and looked at the starry night sky. He whispered in anticipation. As he waited quietly, more than 10 minutes passed quickly. At this moment, a series of urgent sirens suddenly sounded in the White House not far away. Then, the White House, which was already illuminated by several bright searchlights, became even brighter. One after another, lights quickly lit up in the White House, and the elegant light they emitted instantly shone through the windows. Seeing this, Seito immediately released Karen and the Red Lotus Sacred Heaven 8 Extreme Styles. How is it? Seito turned to ask Karen. After the test, everything is normal, Karen replied simply. That's good. Seito nodded and said, let's board the plane. Be prepared to deal with any reinforcements from afar. Okay. Karen agreed and stretched out her leg to kick the arm of the Red Lotus Sacred Heaven 8 Extreme Style. That was half squatting on the ground. His body immediately leaped up from the ground. Then, he grabbed the edge of the driver's seat with his arms and flipped himself into the driver's seat. Soon, there was a soft sound, and the hood of the Red Lotus Heavenly 8 Extreme Styles quickly closed. Then, the Red Lotus Heavenly 8 Extreme Styles seemed to raise its head, and two yellow lights shot out from the electronic eyes of the Red Lotus Heavenly 8 Extreme Styles. Activation complete. Ready to attack at any time, the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly 8 Extreme Style as speaker said. Karen's voice sounded. Stay here and wait for orders. If the U.S. military sends out fighter jets, you'll attack. Seito ordered, then turned to look at the White House and said, now it's time for me to meet the superhumans from America. As soon as Seito finished speaking, the space in front of the White House flashed. Then, two young men who looked like Zhang Xiang and were obviously twins appeared, along with more than a dozen soldiers wearing camouflage uniforms, bulletproof vests, camouflage helmets, and light submachine guns. Then, the twins did not stay any longer. With a flash, they disappeared in front of the soldiers. Then, 3 to 4 seconds later, they appeared at the entrance of the White House again with a group of soldiers. As expected of America. They even have the ability to teleport, Seito thought to himself. Then, his figure flashed. He appeared in front of the twins who were about to leave again and activated his psychokinesis to form a confinement barrier. It enveloped them. Seeing the attack, the twins did not panic. They directly clasped their palms together, and in an instant, a strong spatial storm spread out rapidly with the two of them as the center. In the blink of an eye, it broke through Seito's psychokinesis confinement. Then, one of the men stretched out his hand toward Seito, and an invisible force immediately blasted toward him. Itsunari's psychokinesis turned and quickly gathered under his feet and shook outwards. The resulting powerful thrust made Itsunari seem like he was teleporting. He quickly bypassed the invisible force in front of him and came to the front of the two men. He stretched out his hands and pressed them on the chests of the two men at the same time. A burst of internal energy shook into the two men's bodies. The two men, who were completely made of flesh and blood except for their superpowers, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with dispirited expressions. Seeing this, Seito did not stop. He immediately knocked out the two men and put them into the Rubik's Cube world. The moment Seito put the two men away, the soldiers, who were originally hesitant because of the presence of their own superpower users, immediately pulled the trigger and fired at Sei-Ito. At the same time, behind the soldiers, several soldiers holding lacquered metal boxes quickly reached out and pressed a green button. Then, an interference wave unique to ECM superpower users spread out and affected Sei-Ito's superpower. Superpower Combat Unit. Sei-Ito raised an eyebrow when he sensed that the psychokinesis barrier was a little unstable. Before the barrier disappeared, he activated his ability to shrink. With the unfolded Gantz sword in his hand, he rushed into the group of soldiers and quickly killed them like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Ah! In an instant, a large number of screams rang out on the street. Whoosh! At this time, a thin beam of psychokinesis light suddenly shot out from the side towards Sei-Ito, who was standing alone in the middle of the group of corpses. Sei-Ito moved his feet slightly and leaned his body to the side, using the blade to block the beam of light. Then, the beam of light brushed past Sei-Ito's body and hit the ground not far away, leaving a small hole slightly thicker than a finger on the ground. Looks like the metal used to make the Gantz weapon has a certain degree of resistance to superpower damage. Sei-Ito casually glanced at the shallow scratches on the blade and thought to himself when he saw a young man and a young woman who suddenly appeared not far away. We didn't find the Bell brothers. The young man wearing a simple gray and green camouflage vest. The same style camouflage pants and black military boot. The woman with long blonde hair that reached her neck glanced at the corpses on the ground and said in English. In other words, the two brothers were captured? The young man wearing a black short-sleeved t-shirt, brown pants with many pockets, white sneakers, and a red and white baseball cap laughed. We can't rule out this possibility. The blonde woman replied. Leave it to me. The black young man smiled confidently, then stretched out his hand and pointed at Ito-sei. The wreckage of the firearms and ECM equipment around Ito-sei that were cut into pieces by him immediately floated up from the ground, and after a pause, they all flew towards Sei-Ito. Seeing the attack, Ito-sei sneered and also released his telekinesis. The telekinesis ability as high as LV7 instantly dispelled the telekinesis power of the black youth that wrapped the wreckage and replaced it to wrap the wreckage. At this time, the wreckage paused in midair and shot towards the young man and the blonde woman at a faster speed than before. Mashi, step back. Seeing this, the young man's expression became serious. He called out to the blonde woman without looking back and immediately stretched out his hands in front of him. He gathered psychokinesis to form a huge light ball and flew towards the wreckage. In the next second, the huge ball of light collided with the wreckage of the weapon. The wreckage quickly disintegrated and vaporized like snow under the sun. In the blink of an eye, it all disappeared, leaving only the huge ball of light that continued to fly towards Ito-sei without stopping. Flashy. Waste of energy. Looking at the ball of light, Ito-sei commented in a low voice. At the same time, he quickly gathered psychokinesis to form a circle of energy around his right index finger and threw it at the ball of light. Hoo! With a whistling sound, the light circle instantly appeared in front of the light ball. Then, like a sharp knife, it passed through the light ball in an instant. It flew towards the young man without slowing down. Boom! A loud noise sounded in an instant. The light ball that was cut by the light circle exploded, forming a pale white energy smoke that quickly spread and blocked Sei-Ito's vision. Then Sei-Ito bent 4 fingers on his right hand, his thumb pressed on the back of the other 4 fingers, and ejected the 4 sharp alloy warheads that suddenly appeared at the tip of his fingers. Whoosh 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 whoosh, 4 whistling sounds immediately sounded. 4 beams of orange light instantly penetrated the pale white smoke and shot towards the young man behind the light circle. Crunch crunch. First, there was the sound of glass being cut, followed by 4 violent roars. Then, there was a crisp crack sound. The psychokinesis barrier that had been blocking the light circle's advance suddenly broke and flew towards the panicked young man. At this time, the two figures flashed and disappeared in front of the light circle's cutting path and appeared in another position. When Ito Senari saw this, his figure flashed and appeared beside the blonde woman Maxie. He swung his leg and kicked her in the waist. Bang! Maxie's body immediately bent and flew to the side. She only stopped when she hit the trunk of a red maple tree. She slid to the ground, and her face was pale as she broke out in cold sweat. Then, Seito turned his body and swung his arm towards the young man's head. Bang! The young man's reaction was not slow. He immediately bent his arms to protect his face and took Seito's arm swing attack. However, the huge force on it still made the young man stagger uncontrollably. Seito, whose attack was blocked, did not stop moving. His body half-turned and quickly kicked out a backswing kick. It hit the young man's back and knocked him to the ground. Then, his body turned back to the young man on the ground and kicked the back of his head with the tip of his foot, knocking the young man out. Although all of this took a long time to describe, including the killing of the soldiers, it took less than a minute and a half. I remember that there are a total of 7 LV-7 superpower users in America. Besides Chris, who I have already captured, there are 6 more. The battle has been going on for almost 3 minutes, and they still haven't appeared. I don't know if they underestimate us terrorists, or they don't care about the president's life. Seito leaned over and picked up the young man at his feet as he walked towards Ma Shi. 10 seconds later, Seito walked to the blonde woman, Ma Shi, and waved his hand to knock her out. Then, he sent her and the young man into the prison of the Rubik's Cube world. At this moment, the sound of propellers humming in the distant sky was heard. Then, 5 armed helicopters with flashing red light spots at the bottom flew towards the White House at high speed. Karen, I'll leave it to you. Seito raised his hand and pressed the black earpiece in his ear as he said, "Okay." Karen agreed. Then, the figure of the Red Lotus Heavenly Baji style quickly appeared on the road and flew towards the 5 armed helicopters at high speed. After a moment, the right arm of the Red Lotus Heavenly Baji style shot out and dragged a long steel chain as it grabbed one of the armed helicopters in the air and forcefully dragged it into the fuselage of another armed helicopter. Boom! The 2 armed helicopters that collided exploded at the same time in the next moment and turned into a huge fireball that fell to the ground. At this time, the wings of the Red Lotus Heavenly Baji style spread out and leaped into the sky like a stream of light. In the situation where the remaining 3 armed helicopters could not lock onto it, it shot them down one by one like slaughtering lambs. Stay there. I believe that the image of the Red Lotus has been sent out just now. I think it won't be long before the UA military sends fighter jets over. Then, it will be time for you to show your power. Seito looked up at the Red Lotus Heavenly Baji style in the sky and chuckled. Just watch me, Karen said confidently. How is the situation on your side? Seito then changed the communication channel and contacted Sakura Hill-sei and the soldiers. We are eliminating the last resistance. I believe that the battle will end in 1 to 2 minutes, Sakura Hill-sei replied. Then, he said with some regret, but we haven't found any trace of the UA president yet. He must have entered the fallout shelter. If that's the case, I don't know how long it will take to find him. I see. Then you guys capture him alive. I will see if I can find out the whereabouts of the president from him. If it doesn't work, we will completely destroy the White House and dig the ground to find him. Seito pondered and decided. Okay. Sakura Hill-sei responded and then hung up the communication. Karen, use the biological radar to check if anyone escaped from the White House. Seito contacted Karen again and said, You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.